you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Paul, are we going to, how do you want to handle this? You want to have questions after segments? You want to have questions during segments? It's your floor, so I want it to be done your way.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be happy to take questions as we go. As you'll see, and you've already been somewhat prepared for, it is quite a bit of a change. First of all, if I could, I'd like to open up to say last year brought quite a bit of change in bringing a lot more detail and a lot more lines, and I want to thank Council for the reception that we had from that, and your ability to adapt to changes and to different things, and I just want to commend you on that, and hope that you're still in that same frame of mind as we proceed on this year's budget deliberations. So as we do make those changes, Madam Mayor, I'd be very happy to have questions as they come.
Okay. The only other thing that I would like to be sure of is that when any of us are speaking, including you, Paul, if we will just make sure, that was one of our problems last live meeting, was the fact that people couldn't hear us because we weren't speaking into our mics. So please make every effort to cozy right up to your mic so that we can hear. Madam Clerk, will we know if we drop as far as streaming?
Yes, we will.
Okay, and if we drop when we're streaming, I will call for a short recess until we can get up and going, if that's agreeable with Council, because last time, because we were fresh at this, we didn't know that it was off. So we'll drop until we can get up or going, or until we can make sure that we need to go on to get everything done today, if that's agreeable. Thank you. Mr. Dowber, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As per last year, if Council finds it acceptable, we'd like to drop a couple of the formalities to have staff be able to sit during the proceedings, if Council is favorable of that.
Certainly.
We want to respect that this is an official Council meeting, but in order to facilitate discussion, if we could move forward in assuming that all responses from staff are directed through the chair and towards the appropriate council member, if council would be agreeable to that.
Okay, good. Council, good with that? Nod of heads is yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to give a quick update on a few things that are happening. Our CAO recalibration will be here about noon. We are missing, of course, one council member, and Councillor McCormack has been, I spoke to him yesterday, he's been given my cell phone, and he is going to be following along at home, and he'll text me any questions. So I will be checking my phone from time to time. I'm not checking any sort of a status. I will be checking for a text from him.
Thank you.
We have more staff here than we've had in the past. As staff has really dug in and participated and put a lot of time and effort into budget lines and moving towards a longer term budget. As I said, they really participated and spent quite a bit of time in the thought process of moving forward. Having said that, because this is quite a bit of a change, we've had some staff who wanted to come and hear exactly what's going on, what the changes are, and how it's going to affect them in the future. So you might be seeing a little bit of movement with staff as staff do come and present. They have other duties, so they may come in, do their presentation and leave. Some staff are actually not going to be a part of the presentation today, but are here to hear the at least the morning session. So there will be a little bit of movement of staff coming in and out. They're aware of all the protocols as far as masks go, and we'll be following those protocols. Okay, so last year, as I said, we made some changes and we got into a little bit more detail. We'd like to continue on with that detail to make sure that Council is very much aware of all the information coming forward. Last year, we had requested, and Council was very good to comply with that, we're going to be having 3 meetings. We're bringing a lot of change. We're going to need all 3 meetings before we can kind of get a really good sense of direction to finish things off. As we approach the November 17th meeting, we'll be adding capital to the operating today. The goal is to get through the operating portion today, to come back, do a little bit more operating on November 17th to present the capital budget. Then on December 8th, we'll be coming back with the water budget, water sewer budget, as you call utilities, and we'll be presenting a few business cases. At that point, we believe that we'll have enough information to go back and do a finalized budget to bring back to council in January. At that point, we'll be looking for a general governance style overall direction of council as to the overall increases. But this year will be different, that we're actually looking to approve a business plan going forward. So we will be talking 2022 through 2025. Again, it's not just formulas that are put on those calculations, but there has been some thought and some forethought of what's going to be coming down the pipeline through the budget at Napanee, in order to give council information ahead of time, so that you'll kind of know exactly where we're headed for the next 5 years. On November 17th, we'll be talking about 10 years as far as capital. We'll be bringing all the different financial information return style groupings of capital items, and we'll be looking at a 10-year plan of when they need to be replaced in the funding. If council remembers back on December 19th, with the fleet management plan, it had 10 years of the requirements of the fleet when they need to be purchased. It was put into dollar values in the year in which they're associated, and then we looked at the revenues that would be funding it. We'll touch a little bit on that today as it hits the operating, but on November 17th, the goal is to bring back all of the other assets in a similar style to look at a 10-year plan of when they need to be replaced and how we're going to fund it and what our challenges are. I believe that if we look at longer term, we can overcome those challenges with some good planning. Okay. Are there any questions before we get into it?
Council?
Okay, so we'll start off with a little bit of a familiar portion of the budget, and that's really looking at how do we compare to our, or how does the town of Greater Napanee compare in our tax rates to our neighbors, to our comparators. So as per normal, we're looking at what the 2020, this past year's rates are compared to our comparators. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, just to show you that there's two lines. We're talking about the two rates that are present at Napanee. The lower rate would be the rural rate, and the higher yellow line would represent the urban rate. And the only thing I would point out is that if you look across, Napanee is on the left and our comparators are on the right. The orange would be Port Hope, urban and rural. Purple would be Cobourg. Green would be the four various areas within Quinte. The four blue in the middle would represent Belleville. Loyalist being the red, Stone Mills the brown, and I'm just going to the right. Silver would be Kingston, and then Gananoque on the far right. And I won't go through that again, but Napanee will always be on the far left, sort of that aqua color. And you can see from that the lower rate. If you scan across to the right, you'll see that every municipality, those lines are above that line. The only line that's above our higher line is the rural in Port Hope and in Kingston East. And then moving on to commercial, you're going to see a similar story. I'm going to run through this a little bit quicker than I have in the past. You'll see a similar story when we talk about the commercial tax rates, that Napanee would be the lowest among the competitors. And then again, once you get to the industrial, you'll see that even our upper tax rate is lower than any of our comparators. Large industrial, not everybody has the large industrial, but you can see that the only large industrial that's a little bit lower would be Kingston East. So the reason I ran through that really quickly is I don't necessarily think that looking at one metric is a really good sense to look at the competitors. Our tax rate is the whole amount that we need. So last year was about, and we're going to touch on this a little bit later, was just under $13 million. We take that and divide that, our whole current value assessment, what MPAC says all of our properties, all put together are worth, we divide that into the 13 million and we come into our tax rate. The tax rate, and I'll go through a pictorial of that later, the tax rate is then applied against what MPAC says our values are assessed at. So there's two components. One is the tax rate, which shows us how much we're paying per 100,000. But if you are, for argument's sake, looking at a $250,000, let's just say there's an average property, you know, George owns the average property in Napanee and it's $250,000. I'm not saying that as a statement, I'm just making up a number. But then we're comparing it to a neighbor who might be $300,000 for their average home. Because of the two components, to take that amount that we're paying per $100,000 may not necessarily give us a good comparison with our comparators, because they might be worth more, they might be worth less. So I've reached out to MPAC, and some of the staff are working on the current residential property with all our competitors, and they're going to send me a list back. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get together for today, but I would like to bring that back on November 17th. So from the information today, and as compared to previous year's presentations, Napanee would be the lowest tax rate among our competitors. How that plays out into what the actual tax bill would be another matter, and I'll bring that information on November 17th in order to try and provide a little bigger picture of how we compare to our municipalities. Would there be any questions on that at all? Okay.
Council? No? Okay.
So in moving, now we're going to move forward into the budget itself. So the biggest change is that we're moving from a budget to a plan. We want to look at what's coming down the pipeline, what changes we have, and how does that tie into our strategic plan? What are the strategic objectives for Napanee? How can we fund that? And in order to really look at that and look at an overall picture, we need to look at long-term planning. So this year we're looking at 5-year operating plan, which provides, council would approve, once we're done the whole process, the numbers in 2021, and approve the direction of the plan in theory. You're not approving those numbers specifically in 2022 through 25, but you're approving the direction. So that when we come back for the 2022 budget, it'll be information that you're familiar with, and really at that point, nothing will be a surprise. Once we're successful in gathering all that information and putting it together, there's quite a bit more for the 10-year capital plan. There's going to be some caveats when we come forward. We haven't broken down all the subcomponents of the buildings. And what I mean by that is we have, say, I think it's about a 40-year lifespan on a building. Well, we know the buildings are going to last more than 40 years. But what that is, that's an average of all the assets. You've got the windows, you've got the doors, you've got the roof, you've got the HVAC, and they're all due or need to be replaced at different times. So to put 40 years on it all isn't giving it an overall picture. So staff is going to be working through in 2021, breaking down all those subcomponents. We'll come back with a new TCA policy that'll reflect that, and that'll give us some better numbers to move forward with. As well, there's a lot of information that we need to dig into to get the components of the storm sewer. But all of the others, as I've said earlier, will come forward with a 10-year plan, and then we'll look at the financing from it, and then we'll have a generalized idea that we can throw some numbers and give somewhat of an idea for the buildings and the storm sewer, but we'll have more refined numbers when we come back next year for next year's budget. At that point, then we'll move towards a 10-year operating plan or direction and a 20-year capital plan. Again, so that not just council and staff know what's coming down the pipeline, but the residents can too. And a lot of municipalities and towns have had success with the public buy-in. When they see a plan, when they know kind of what the changes are going to be, what the increases are going to be, but they also know what the goals are at the end of that, then we've experienced a lot more buy-in that way. So the goal of these 3-minute meetings is to present all the information to council, and then finally for council to approve the annual operating capital budget for the following year, and then to approve in theory the plan overall. So in this meeting today, we also wanted to look, since we're looking at longer term, we should probably start the process of looking at historical information on a longer term basis. So we're going to look at some trend analysis on some common expenses. It's not complete, but it's a start to get going, and then we can add to it as we go. We're going to look at growth and how growth affects our future tax rates. We're going to look at service level changes that might come from legislative changes, requirements, especially in conjunction with roads, and then we look at items that might be natural growth of the town. We're going to look at our long-term debt and how long-term debt can be good news for our long-term capital budgeting. We're going to define some common budgeted transactions every year. There's some transfers to reserve, so I want to present the information to council as to what those reserve transfers are and exactly what the meaning of them is. We're going to look at a few items like physician recruitment, and finally, as we pulled apart the roads department, I've worked with the road staff to pull apart roads maintenance, winter maintenance, and then the portions that have to do with the county under the TAC agreement with the county. Again, just to provide some better information and make sure that we're budgeting accurately for all those different components. So currently, we budget for, if we were being compared to a house, so we're going to take it from the town into our own personal budgets. We currently budget for things like heat, hydro, gas, telephone. We budget for some of the repairs that we might need on the house and vehicle. We budget for vehicle maintenance, and we do budget for vehicle replacement, which is evident through our capital fleet management program. But what we want to do is we want to look at long term to look at, well, when do we need to replace the roof? How about a chimney replacement, the furnace? Update our regular house maintenance so that we're looking at the longer term. You know, the kids want a pool or a hot tub. How are we going to finance that? And are we going to be able to afford the increased operating costs that go with it? And then eventually, are we going to look at a bigger house at some point? And the goal is to make sure that we're capturing all of those costs, that we move from reactionary moves into pre-planned moves, because I believe that at Napanee we can do better than in the future and for budgeting. So let's look at trend analysis, let's look at the history, and let's look at kind of how some of our expenses have transitioned and maybe what some of those reasons are behind it. I'm on this section. It's 8.5 by 11 sheets, and there's about 10 of them stapled together. And I'm not going to go through line by line at all. I just want to look at the trends. The first one that we have is historical insurance charges. So what we've done is we've gone back to 2013. These are actuals. These aren't the budgeted numbers. As you'll see as we go through the various lines, that there will be a lot of changes in budgeting off actuals. What is it that we've spent? What are the trends going forward, and what do we need to look at? Historical insurance charges from 2013 started at just under $610,000, and in 2020 we've ended up coming just a little bit higher to about $660,000. That's our projected. Actually, I'm sorry, that's not our projected. That's our actual costs. We do the renewal twice a year, so those are the actual costs that we have been charged. As you can see, it did increase in 2014, and then we experienced some savings over 2015, 16, and 17. At which point the rates did go back up in 18, and they've continued to go up in 19 and 20. Overall, of that 7 years, we saw an increase of 1.4% because of that dip that we saw in 2015 through 17. The information that we've received from our insurance brokers is that we'll be experiencing a 10% increase in 2021.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the question, Paul, through your worship, would be, is that trend across municipalities across the province, or is that a trend that's specific to us? I mean, are we normal or outside the normal as far as that dip and trends and increases.
We are normal. That is a trend right across the province.
Thank you.
Now, if you flip over to the second page, we're going to look at heating charges. And overall, when you compare one end of the spectrum to the other, we've gone from almost 145,000 in 2013 down to 135,000. So we've actually saw a dip in there. I'm sorry, that says 2.1% on average. It should be a negative 2.1. So we saw an increase, as you can see in the bar graph below, we saw an increase in 14, and then we had a considerable savings from 15 through 17. A little bit higher in 18, and then we started coming back down again in 19 and 20. Being on the outside, not having been here, I would say that we've probably done some work to improve efficiencies. I know that there's been a lot of smart thermometers installed in a lot of the buildings so that they can be controlled remotely, and a lot of changes in culture in order to turn the heat down when we're not here. And I believe there's been some other initiatives that have helped to see us have savings, even though the rates themselves have gone up at a regular amount. Excuse me. Early information on trends. Excuse me, sorry. Trends as a whole is that for heat and hydro, we'll be seeing about a 2% increase over 2020. Please excuse me, I got something caught in my throat there.
Paul, I have cough drops if you want me to throw them down there.
That's okay. I believe one of the GMs might have a few
Okay,
with them as
thank
well.
you.
So if I have that again, I will grab that. Thank you very much. Historical hydro charges. Unfortunately, I couldn't fit it all onto one page. So if you flip over to the page following that and look at the bar chart, you'll see that there's been an overall decrease. We went up a little bit in 14 and 15, but then there's been a steady decrease in our expenses. I believe that would follow a lot of trends where a lot of the equipment has been updated in various facilities, as well as LEDs being installed in the streetlights. That would have been a huge savings. And we've continued to see decreases as we have sought to put initiatives into place that are functional electronics, but also would be, again, changing the culture, turn the lights off when you're leaving. Again, the information coming forward is that we'll experience a 2% increase, but over that 7-year average, we've seen a 3% decrease in hydro expenses. That would be a nice trend if we can continue to see that across the board.
Would. Yeah, sorry, Deputy Mayor Kaiser?
Thank you. On hydro, the SPC jumps right out at us for 2020, and of course with COVID and the decreased operations, the ice making plant, et cetera, we would have seen big savings there. So I'm assuming
Absolutely.
that in the budget we've considered that anomaly, and that maybe is a little out of sight of the norm. I mean, streetlights and things like that wouldn't have changed, but that's a key one that would have made a big difference, right?
Absolutely, we have. And as we've looked at budgeting off of actuals in a lot of the lines, when we hit the SPC, you'll see that we budgeted off of budget because we're not expecting that same savings to be found in 2021. Thanks for pointing that out.
I expect that ball diamonds would be the same because, of course, we didn't.
Ball
have
diamonds would be the
Randall's,
same
yeah.
because of the fact that the league didn't play, and when we get up to that section, you'll see that as well.
Almost everything, actually, I guess, when we look at it.
If you flip over another couple pages, we start talking about historical staffing costs, and this is wages, benefits, CPI, EI, all those expenses all kind of wrapped in together. You get a better picture when you flip over to the following page. I didn't put the bar graph in here, but there was a couple items that I really did want to point out in here. We've got the grand total in the light blue, the dollar change from the previous year in the darker, and then the percentage change from the previous year. So as you can see, we've seen a trend of some fairly conservative increases. When you look down below into the section that's just with a white background, I've popped the budget numbers in there. I know there's been CAOs come back with an explanation as to why we might be under budget. in various areas, but I really wanted to point out that you can see that that last percentage there, there's a number and a percentage, and this is how much under budget that staffing costs have been. 0.9% in 2013, 1.6 in 14, 2.7 in 15, 2.2 in 16, 3.6, 2.2, and then in 19, when there was a number of vacancies that weren't filled, it was 5.1%. I know that the CAO has spoken to this before, but really what I wanted to point out is to pull it back in a little bit higher level and just say that the budgeting at Napanee, as far as staffing costs, has been quite exceptional. I've never been anywhere where I've seen that close to the budget, especially when you have when you need to budget for overtime with the road staff, and you need to budget for firefighter volunteers. That's really close to the budget, and so I would say that no expense has been spared to make sure that we're not overcharging or over budgeting, or I guess cushioning. I'm accustomed more to about a 5% amount in there in order to make sure that there's some leeway for those overtime hours. But at Napanee, the trend seems to be that we have budgeted very close to what the actuals will be. So I did want to point that out and say that that's very well done. The next page has historical legal expenses. You can see from 2013 to 2020, there's been a 16% increase, 134,013, and then we've gone down considerably in 14, 15, and 16, and then there's been an increase in 17 through 20, finally arriving at 194,000 in 2020.
So, any questions from council on any of this so far? Because I do have one when it comes to historical legal expenses. No, I'm kind of surprised. So when they're broken down, for instance, you look at building, you know, some difficult files with property standards and so on, would that be the sort of thing that would come into that with legal? I'm trying to see.
I think
if
you'd
there are
probably
any others.
look more at the end, and we'll get Michael when he's up
Okay.
here to confirm that. But I think when you look more at planning, that's kind of more where you'd see the difficult files.
Okay.
You can see planning has an increase from 11,000 in 2019. And Michael, if you wanted to speak to this, then please come on up.
It's whatever you want, but I just,
Yeah.
if it could even be noted as a question.
Okay.
To come
Well,
to Michael afterwards. And
why
and the
don't we do
same-
that?
And
Yeah.
the same with what the legal expenses, historical legal expenses that have gone from nothing to $2,035 with building. I want them kind of defined as to
Okay.
know what's in those.
Well, once we get to those sections, why don't we
Perfect.
define that? But
Yeah.
I am pretty confident in that number of planning. The 30,776
Okay.
had to do
Yep.
with a lot of work that was done for difficult
Perfect,
files.
thank you. I just want to make sure that it's out there for us and the public. Thank you.
Okay. The next page would be consultants and engineering costs. I want to spend a little bit more time on this. We've gone from 2013 from just under $450,000, and there's been a steady decline. The trend is to be spending less in consultants and engineering costs, which is a positive as far as budgeting goes, that we're budgeting less dollars in those expenses. However, I don't feel it would be the same way for a long-term trend as we're budgeting for long-term. When we're looking at larger projects within the town, funding, for one, would be one that we want to see that increase in order to help pay for this. We need shovel-ready projects. And in order to have the larger projects shovel-ready, we need to be looking at bringing in engineers and consultants on that more to make sure that we're ready to go. Sometimes funding comes with very, very little time frame to set it up, sometimes a month or two. And when you have shovel-ready projects to go, it speaks volumes to the province or whoever the body is that's giving out the money, as well as long-term planning in itself. We have professionals who are very good at their job, but sometimes we need specifics, and we need very specific experience in order to make sure that we're capturing the proper costs going forward and making sure that we're capturing the proper scope of work that needs to be done. So while the trend of going down in the short term might be good for budgeting, going down in the long term might be opposite.
And I do have one more question here when it comes to the consultants and engineers. Some of these, and if you look at economic development, for instance, are these net costs? Are these actual costs? Because many times we're putting out, we're going for consultants in whether it's wastewater treatment, whether it is economic development, and we're applying for grants. So are they the net costs that we would be looking at there?
No,
Okay.
they're not. These are the expenses, and I'm glad you brought that up. Specifically for economic development, when you look in 2017 and 2018, you see 52,000 and 30,000. When we get into the budget detail, you'll see that there's matching revenues up the top.
Sure.
So in economic development, those would be matched to grants so that the net would actually be zero. We're just isolating the trends and just looking at them in isolation, but we'll draw it back into a better scope or a better picture when we get into the detail.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. The next page has a wrong title on it. It says historical insurance charges. It should be phones.
It should be what, sorry?
Phones. That would be landlines and cell phones. My apologies for that. So we do have a bit of a change this year, or next year I should say, in that we're changing our outdated landline system, which is, if you remember, the report was brought forward by the GM of Corporate Services, explaining that we're having problems with the phone system. There's no replacement. They're just not making anything else. If we were to add another person, we couldn't get a phone for them. So in order to look towards the future of being more mobile, we're going with a more mobile phone system. The explanation was there, so we are looking for a few savings coming up in years to come. But with phones, we went from 86.7, so just under $87,000, and in 2020 we're looking at ending off the year about 78,000. So you can see in the bars below, and sorry, they kind of split between two pages for some reason, but there was a dip in 2016. Came up a little bit and started to go back down again. There was 2 points that there were new contracts, and I do know that I can make this assumption here because it was right across the province where Bell came back at one point with better rates when they submitted for the RFQ for government services, and then in 2019, Roger actually won the RFQ. And then Bell came back and sought to keep all the government agencies on, so they ended up matching the price. So twice we saw some savings in cell phones, and that's what you'll find that a couple of those dips that we went down were the savings that we experienced once those contracts were renegotiated. So in 2020, we're actually at a lower cost than what we were back in 2013, and in 2021 we should see it's going to be a very minimal savings. In our landline cost, very, very minimal. But what we are going to see is a large increase in efficiencies. We're going to see a large increase in services that we're able to provide and functionality across the corporation. Any questions on that at all? So as I said earlier, it's not a complete list. We started getting going on looking at what some of the trends were for some of our common costs. We'll be adding them as we go, and as we report back during the year in 2021, we'll add more items on that, and at some point we will look at a complete list of historical costing. I'm sorry I did not keep up with the slides. I apologize to the public, but this will be available on the website.
Yep, Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Thank you. Just a question, Paul. This was great, and I really liked this presentation in this way. when we go through the rest of the big pages we have in front of us, all of these things are broken out by department or grouping, right? So we're
That's
looking at
correct.
under admin, under parks, under roads, whatever. Is it possible at a future meeting to get this again with the 2021 budget by these categories? Like, we're looking at it from a different perspective. We're grouping all the hydro in one rather than looking at hydro by category. I like this presentation, and I'm wondering if we can, if it's not too onerous or difficult to do it that way.
I'll shoot for November 17th, but if I'm not able to get it together, then we'll look at December 8th
Yeah,
to have
yeah.
something together, and we'll move forward in this kind of a fashion.
You understand the question?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
thanks.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's very positive feedback, and I do appreciate any feedback. If there's things that don't provide that much information, if there's things that do, let me know. I'm trying a few new things out and just kind of want to gauge how it's working for people. Now, one thing that was different last year is we introduced growth. If you remember, with operating and capital together, we looked at a levy increase. And when I say levy, I'm not talking about the tax rate. I'm talking about the overall dollar value we need to run the town. We looked at an overall increase of 5.8. When we factored out growth, that number dropped to 4.8. And I wanted to explain a little bit more as a reminder to council, but also for the public that might be tuning in, so that there's some understanding of what that means. Because as we're moving forward, we want to consider the growth of the town and how that affects the tax levy. So in 2020, we had just over $12 million of operating expenses and of the budget, and then we had $700,000 of capital, which was a total of just under 13 million. So our total CVA of 2.2 billion, meaning in 2020 it was estimated that all of the properties altogether added up to 2.2 billion. That was divided into the requirements of the just under 13 million to come up with the tax rate that we then applied to all the properties. So then it's the tax rate, or it used to be called the mill rate in the old days, that the one before we factor it out for different groupings. Once that's multiplied by each individual property with the CVA, that gives the tax bill. During 2020, so this year, as we progress in the year, we've saw an increase of 30 new properties. And that adds up to almost 23 million of increased CVA. So when we take our needs and divide them by that CVA, we now have an extra 23 million in there. What that means is that that's 23 million of fresh CVA that will shoulder some of the tax increase. That lowers, so when we start talking about the tax levy increase, that doesn't mean that's specifically going to be the increase that's going to go into each property, but it's factored in with the growth to bring it into a lower rate. So 2021 will see an increase of approximately, of that 23 million, we factored it out into the 2019 rates, so we're looking at an increase of about $260,000 without affecting the current ratepayer, $260,000 of tax levy. This year, we can actually identify one item, and that would be about $145,000 that would be coming in from the new energy plant. That's the regulated rates that have been set by the province for that, and we've worked through it, and we've worked through with ADJOURN and that, and that's what their portion will be. And then all the other growth, the new houses, the other new properties, the additional, we'd be looking at approximately 115,000. So about 260 in total. We were just under 13 million in total for operating capital. When you factor that into how much is a 1% increase, you're just moving the decimal place over a couple to the left, we come up to about $130,000 is a 1% tax increase. It was a banner year because of the large facility that was opened up, so we can expect about 2 additional % from the growth. That will make sure that, so that 2% will be what we can increase without affecting the current ratepayer, if that makes sense. Okay. So as we go forward in this budget, we've had a couple of different items that we've looked at. One is, and we're going to talk about service level increases as we come up to that point. We've looked at a 5-year plan, and we've said, this is what we need to meet legislative requirements, to meet anticipated growth of the town for all of those items. We have taken all those requests and put them all in 2021 with the idea that when we get to the end of the proceedings of, as we get through the budget in the third meeting, we're going to look at what's the increase that we're asking for in 2021 through 2025. And what's a reasonable way to distribute those? So we might look at one project might be deferred from 2021. We might move it over to 2022. As we present the business cases for the different items, and if council's not confident with that kind of an increase in 1 year, then we could defer a project into 2022 or 2023. The other thing is there might be an increase in materials or service costs for, let's say, roads, and it might be a $20,000 increase. Well, we might look at possibly bringing that in $5,000 increments. So there's a few things that we can do. I know that the budget, draft budget that's out there has a high increase in 2021, but I didn't want anybody to, at this point, think that staff was saying, we want a massive increase in 2021. We want to increase in a manner that matches the anticipated needs of the town over the 5 years. So we want to work with council in coming up with a plan and how we're going to move forward. So staff agreed on a direction moving forward to move into this longer term way of thinking. In 2021, in order to anticipate this, staff agreed to look at all their budget lines and look at where can a 0% increase make sense in order to accommodate for some of these increases, according to accommodate the different way of spreading out the various costs in 2021 through 2025. Looking at long-term planning as much as possible, with the exception of building and vehicle maintenance, because those items are very hard to predict, and we need to make sure that we're covering those, and in actuality, they will be increasing as we go. We're coming back with a longer-term plan for building maintenance, not just for capital, but for the maintenance portions. We'll come back with that next year, so we don't want to see those lines go away. And we wanted to keep a small increase in education development, conferences, conventions. There's a lot of requirements, education requirements, for various components within the town, as well as we want to make sure that our staff are qualified and keeping up to date with their skills. We wanted to keep in mind the 2% increase in utilities and hydro and heat, and we wanted to look at budget common expenses to budget them off of the actual expenses as opposed to the budgeted amounts, except for areas where we know that 2020 was an exceptional year. We wanted to consider future events and activities, and we wanted to make sure that we captured some of the items that we knew about. One was the new bylaw that went out for staffing, and the increases, that was the 2.25% increase that was agreed to in going forward. So you'll see, and I'm not going to draw attention to it through every department, that there's an increase for staffing costs. What we've looked at is a 3% increase, which captures the 2.25, plus any of the step increases. So as staff comes on board, there's step increases as we get up to the 4th year. As with the insurance for all of our other items, the health insurance also went up for a year of 10%. And again, that was across the board. That's not just our provider. That's right across the board, across Ontario, that everybody's going to be experiencing a 10% increase in health benefits. As such, what you'll see as common right across all the various departments is an increase somewhere between 4.2 and about 4.8% right across the board. And that's to accommodate for, again, 3%, 2.25 for wages, step increases, and the 1 year of 10% increase for health benefits. In 2022 through 25, those health benefits drop back down and will just reflect the increases through the remainder of the contracts. Were there any questions on that at all? Okay. So you see a slide up in front of you that talks about the draft business plan and the service level increases. So these are the items that will be increasing in the service levels. We're going to wait and talk about that when we get to roads, because the lion's share of them have to do with changes in our maintenance service levels across roads, and Mike Dwyer will be here to answer that when we get up to that section. So I'm just going to skip over that slide for now. One thing I did want to consider, I'm sorry, I have, there's another little package that kind of looks like it's all over the place, because the next slide that I did want you to consider, and we will come back to it again, is what's our debt and when's it going to be paid off. And I had to print it out on very large sheets in order to make sense of it. So the first one that we're looking at having paid off would be our OPG settlement. That was the 10-year settlement that came out as a result of the OMB hearings a number of years ago. As you can see, there's $365,750 in 2021 and just a little bit more in 2022, and then that's paid off. So we will be completely done within this budget schedule. The other item, and we're going to touch on that when we get to the admin, as far as the interest portion of it, what we can do for budgeting for the future with that. The same goes with the SPC debenture. As you can see, we're about a $550,000 payment, and the last payment of that size will be in 2023. 2024, partway through the year, will be paid off. So we'll have some, again, we do have an idea of what we can do with those funds as far as future capital planning. Strathcona roadwork that we're paying off through the OMEIFA, that will be running through and will be paid off in 2024. Oh, by the way, this SPC debenture, so that was put on in 2004, so in 2024, that'll be the 20 years. The OMEFI for Strathcona Road will be in 2045. That was a longer-term debenture. That is something that's set in stone, and as with the SPC and the OPG settlement, those are payments that must be made, and there's no, council doesn't have any sort of control over those costs. But it will be paid off in 2045. Finance to be finalized, so when we get to admin, there is a portion that transfers out of reserves to pay for South Shore Road, which will be finalized in 2032. And the Roblin Fire Hall, I stuck it in here when I first got here. The Roblin Fire Hall was built, and there wasn't a plan to pay for it. So the 2022 saw a transition to repay that, with it being finalized in 2029. And I'll touch on that when we get to the fire section. The other thing that we're going to end up bringing back, but I wanted to kind of plant it in your ear, is that we have a few other portions that were unfunded capital projects. We did talk about this very, very quickly in the presentation of the financial statements, but those are the amounts that would be included in that. Richmond Boulevard Phase 1, Roblin Road, Richmond Industrial Park, and in 2019 there were, when it came time to wrap up the year end, some of the financing that had been put down in the amount of carrying forward surpluses from previous years weren't there. So that added another $225,000 to this list. So during the budget proceedings, we'll talk about exactly what we're going to do to take care of this. We'll come up with a plan. It's not just sitting there without a plan, but as we'll probably end up touching it more on November 17th as we present the capital, because I think it'll make a little bit more sense at that point. Now the next section, and my computer's locked up, talks about the journal entry that happens throughout the budget presentation. As soon as my computer comes back, we'll go on to the next slide. There we go. Okay, we'll see if we're up and running now. There we go. So this is all kind of tied in with that long-term debenture. So we have payments that come from debt. So there's the South Shore Road that we spoke about, the $97,458, which comes from the admin department. Strathcona Road, the payment of $147.45 comes also from admin, and I'll point that out when we get there, as well as a good portion of the SPC debenture. That also comes from Arena and from the North Fred Hall to pay that off. The Roblin Fire Hall is coming from the fire department. We have some long-term planning in there, the SCB reserve for the fire department. A portion of it comes out of here. And then as per the December 19th fleet management plan, various departments contribute to the overall fleet plan to the tune of $235,000. Clerk's department for election reserves. And then for some of the operating contributions going forward, we have $50,000 for the strategic plan and $5,000 for accessibility. And then there's been a contribution in the past of $10,000 towards the Napanee General Reserve. So as we get to each department, you'll see that we have a transfer to reserve, and that kind of gives a little bit of explanation before we get there. The other various pages within here, I think it would just be much better to just talk about it when we actually get up to that department. So if you could just kind of keep that handy as we get to that department, we'll speak to it. And then we'll just start getting into the actual budget itself.
Can I ask a technical question?
Sure.
Just because I have been sort of watching to make sure in my mind and viewing that we are going out live. Are the people that are watching us on YouTube seeing all these charts? No. So they would be accessing those through the agenda papers? Okay. Just like ordinary. Okay, just want to be clear and sure. Thank you. I assumed that was the answer, but just in case we start getting pings for emails that they can't see it, that's where they access it. Thank you.
So for those following along, we're on slide 30, which in front of you has this 11 by 17 package, and we're on page 1. And on the slide, it says page 1. So this is a summary. Now, normally summaries, they're much smaller, and the original one that I sent out was smaller. However, again, as we're looking at longer term, we want to kind of see what some of the trends are. I apologize. I'm just going to switch over to another section to be able to provide a little bit more data to back up what I'm going to say here. So in 2016 through 2020, you can see that we've gone from 10.7 million to 12.2 in the operating budget. This is not operating and capital together. This is operating itself. 1.2% from 17 over 16, 2.3 in 18 over 17, and then 3 from 19 over 17. Now, 7% is what it shows for 2020, and that is true because once we brought the capital in last year, that we decreased the capital, brought it down to 5.8%. When we factored out growth, it was 4.8%. So all in all, what I should have written down and didn't, and I'm doing now, is to show that we had about an average of just under 3% of an increase in those years for the operating budget. Again, this is isolating operating from capital. Doesn't show the whole picture, but it shows our trend in operating. This as we go through line by line, this is going to show a 7.8% increase over 2020 of the levy. $260,000 for growth, which brings it down to 12.9 million. which, when it's factored out, that 7.8% becomes 5.6%. When we get into looking at the summary from 2025, again, these are actual numbers. We don't want to consider about a 2% increase or a 2% of growth every year, because we had an exceptional year. We had a very large plant that came online. But we can assume about a 1% becomes a little bit more common. It's a little more average, and we'll get Michael to confirm that when he comes up, if he feels confident with that. So when we look at the change in operating, again, we're looking at in isolation without capital, we're looking at about 5.6% if we isolate 2021. But this budget presents 5 years in a row. As you can see, some of the increases are lower in future years. So overall, we're looking at an average here, as presented right now, of about 2.9% was what the average is over the course of those 5 years. That's taking into account a very modest amount of growth, and that's also taking into account, as you'll see, we've been very conservative in some of our assumptions for revenues and moving forward. So again, don't take that as some sort of an ending number, but it's just part of a larger discussion as we go through the next few budget meetings. Okay, we're going to move on to page 2. And what we see here in revenues, and of the summary sheets, it does touch on a few different items, but the main things that I wanted to touch on and point out, in the first section of admin revenues, we look at penalty and interest. I'm mainly looking at columns S, and that's the 2021 budget. And those numbers that are in there for the 574,000, that is the 4 years of actuals averaged. So that's not budgeting off of the budget, that's budgeting off of what our actuals are to get a good picture of going forward. The first line in that is our current penalty, and we've kind of flatlined it across the top there. The next one is our first year, and again, we've flatlined it across the top. Where you're going to start seeing some changes is your second and third year. So you can see from 2021, 77,000 down to 60, 50, 40, and 30. And then the third year, we've got it going right off in 2024. This is really to accommodate our new direction in tax sale policy. So there'll be some information coming in tonight's council meeting about where we're at with that. However, as the direction is to make sure that we're collecting that money, as we are seeing that, we're not going to see a change in current penalty. That's always going to be there and in the first year, because legislatively we can't put anybody in tax sale until they're in the second year. There is also a lag because, as council is aware from the training session, it's a 1-year process for tax sale registry until it actually comes up into tax sale. So these numbers kind of reflect that trend of our legislative requirements. We will always have those revenues there as far as the current and the first year, but the second and third year should peter off over a given amount of time. And again, this is for two things to point out. This is reflecting that the numbers, the 5-year plan isn't just a bunch of formulas thrown on there, but we've taken some time to consider it. But it also shows that we will have to deal with the fact that we will see a decrease in revenues from tax sale. We'll see a decrease in revenues of penalty and interest as a reflection of our process and how we're moving forward. So we will have to accommodate for that. And so the public knows that penalty and interest isn't a cash grab in the sense that it's not extra revenue for the town. We actually budget for it and decrease the requirement on the residents accordingly. The same goes for the next line, line 32, which is the supplementary. So this is that in-year growth. When we talked about the growth and we said we had the new growth, we experienced some extra income within the year, but we budgeted for that. So it's not extra income that we're holding aside. We've decreased the amount of requirement of the ratepayer by the amount that we anticipate that we'll be getting for the supplemental. So it's not a double dip. We've actually budgeted for that. And we put a fairly conservative number on that going forward and flatlined it across. Payments in lieu, that's a regulated rate. So we, again, we took the 4-year average, threw it on there, and I'm sorry, no, we budgeted off of actuals because we did experience a slight increase in some of the sections, not a lot, just under $1,000, and then we flatlined it across the rest of the time frame. Then we start getting into the grant linear hydro OPG. That's a regulated rate, so we just budgeted off of actuals. Same with the linear and the heads and beds. Again, they're all regulated rates, so we have budgeted off of that. And I just see that the heads and beds, I actually could increase that in 2021. So when I bring that back in 2017, I missed increasing it from the 15,555 to the 24,750. My apologies. I apologize for any confusion, but I will make sure that we change that, and we'll make sure that the budget numbers moving forward reflect that. OMPF, we haven't received the notice of the any sort of changes coming forward, so we've just flatlined it at this point to make an assumption that we're not counting on getting more money at this point, so we're just going to flatline it. Bank interest, this is another one that we've looked forward to in the future. 180,000 is what we budgeted for in 2020. With the interest rates going down because of the pandemic, of course, we're looking at a much lower amount. Therefore, we dropped 45,000 off that budget in 2021. And then kept it a little bit lower in 2022. And then at this point, the economists are predicting that some of those interest rates would probably come up partway through towards the end of 2022, and then 23 going forward, we should see a return to average interest rates. So that's why we have that dip down to 135, back up to 150 when to anticipate the Q4 interest rates going back up in 2022, and then at this point flatlined it across the rest of the time frame. Interest in the PUC, this one is tied into that long-term debt. The sale of the Public Utility Commission, at the time, it was decided to put that money aside, invest it, and then the interest then go towards building up some of those transfers in order to pay for the SBC. It's going to be paid off in 2024. So what we've done here, in 2020, we had 45,000. The interest rates have gone down, but this one has a little bit more of a time delay. Most of our investments are locked in at 2-year GICs, and the ones that are still locked in from previous to the pandemic are getting somewhere in the 2.6 to 2.8% interest rate, and we still have some of those locked in at that amount. Some of them have matured and have renewed, but renewed at a lower rate, somewhere in the 1.6 to 1.8% amount. So that's why you'll see a drop from the 40,000 down to 35, maintaining in 2023, coming back up to 2024, and then 0 in 2015. At that point, council have to make a decision. That's about $3 million that's been invested. That had been set aside, had been earmarked for investment only, but when we hit 2025, then the council at that point will decide what to do with that $3 million, whether it goes into reserves or how it will be spent. The line below it has to do with interest in just regular investments. And at this point, I've just put a small amount on there for 10,000 in 2021. This is really tied into our new investment strategy that's coming up. The policy's been passed. The strategy will come back. And I've been very conservative in the numbers there. But when you follow it over to 2025, you'll see that the 40,000 from the PUC moved down to that line at that point, making an assumption that if we do maintain our reserve levels at that point, it'll be invested, and we'll see the interest move from being dedicated to the SPC to general. And then transfer from operating surplus is another large change. We had talked in 2022 about pulling away from budgeting, from bringing previous years' surpluses in, moving more towards a long-term outlook of any surpluses being budgeted towards 10-year capital plans, or not budgeted, any operating surpluses that happened going towards 10-year capital plans. We can talk about that more on November the 17th. So we'd mentioned last year in the 2020 budget that we'd look at taking that away. We've taken an aggressive approach. 2020 was $450,000. We dropped $100,000 in the proposal to $350. 2022, $250, $150, and then $50. This is within the control of council and the discretion of council. As far as how aggressive do we get at getting rid of that $450,000 of revenue that we've budgeted for, that we want to get away from. And I've put it down here as a 4-year plan to get away from it, but there is some flexibility when we come to that final approval of the budget, that we can be flexible in that amount and spread it out over 6, 7, 8, 10 years. However, with the warning that whatever revenues that we're not certain that we're going to get would put us closer towards the possibility of heading at a deficit position. We're not in danger of a deficit position, but should things become unstable, should something happen in the economy, in a change in the future, we just kind of want to weigh out how quickly do we want to get rid of this against anticipated needs, but also against revenues over expenses being a surplus or a deficit. How close do we want to walk the line? It's just for consideration.
Okay.
I apologize, I did not switch the screen back over to.
That was what I was just going to mention.
Thank you.
It's easy for me to see them, not for you.
So we're going to move on to page 3. One nice thing about today, this is administration. A good portion of this will be Ray's budget, and he's not here. So we can have a little more. That was just a joke, by the way. Ba-dum-ba.
We're part of it, men too, though.
And we are locked up. Here we go, page 3. So these are general administrative lines. I'm going to drop right down to line 57. We're looking at a just under 1% increase, which is just under $18,000. You're going to find I'm going to move a lot quicker now. Again, I'll just point this out the one time. We got 4.4% increase for admin wages. We've explained that before. The largest changes have to do with line 40, which is insurance. That is budgeted 10% off of what the actual costs were, not off of the budget. We see an increase in the interest for the OPG that matches the schedule for OPG. And then we've seen a couple of decreases here. The first decrease, as you come down, is $3,000 of new software. We've moved that new software line and given it over to IT. So you'll see that appearing over in IT when we get to that section. Licenses, we just over budgeted. There's only one license there, so just dropped a few bucks off there. And another big one would be the vacancy rebates. So this does fall under administration. The vacancy rebates are gone. We don't have them anymore. We will not be incurring those expenses. What they are is businesses that are sitting empty, we get a rebate on their taxes. That's a policy that's set at the county level, and it is administered to all the lower tiers through the policy that comes at the county level. Last year was the final year. You see $11,051. That was the final year, so that line will just disappear, and we won't have that expense anymore. So there was some changes around in there that did offset the other increases. And that's why we accounted for such a low increase in this department. Are there any questions on administration? Okay, so.
Sorry, Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, Worship. Just with respect to consultant and engineers, I see that the projected ending balance would be line or column Q is suggesting that we're only going to spend $35,333. Is it safe to assume that is COVID related, and the fact that we're not spending a lot of money on consultants and engineers because things have slowed down? Is that?
Yes,
and-
that would be 100% true. The direction, as the pandemic happened back in March, the direction from council was that we try and save all the expenses that we could in order to match the losses of revenues. So this would be one line where we would be we'd be considerably down. As you can see from previous years, we're up around the 121,000, and if you look through the history, you can see that it's much higher. So yeah, absolutely, that's related. The other thing I will point out
Councillor
is...
Richardson, did you have a follow-up there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just, that's a bit of an anomaly, that's all.
Yes,
in the fact that,
absolutely.
We can't expect to see that maybe next year, I'm hoping.
No, and
anyway.
as you see, when you get over to 2021, we just, we flopped the budget over. We didn't decrease it and budget off actuals, but we just moved it over at the 112,200. There's a couple of orange highlights in here. One is the interest in OPG. I have actually a typo in there because that's paid off in 2023. So the 17,500 that's interest expenses for 2024 and 2025 should not be there. So if you could just scratch those off. What you'll see, I'm sorry. Oh, that's paid off in 2022. So if you could please scratch off the 2023 as well. The last year that we'll see that interest expense is 2022, and then it drops down to the next line of 17.5 every year. If you followed across line 46 to the left, you'll see this is a contribution to capital reserves. I'm sorry, I'm going to back up, just take one step back, but it will tie in. When we presented the fleet management plan, or the fleet capital plan, there was expenses, but there was also cost recoveries, and there was funding, and there was revenues. As we bring all those other lines of facilities, roads, bridges and culverts, and all the different lines, what we're going to find is that there's not the same degree of funding for a lot of them. In the roads, we have gas tax, and we have OCIF, so those are funding, which at this point seems very stable. But we don't have other revenues. So in order to move forward and plan for the future, we're looking at some of these lines where these expenses are going to go away to then, once they're gone, to divert them towards future capital works. And again, please have a look at this once we're completed all three budget meetings, because this will kind of make sense as we roll it forward. And again, this repeats down on line 54, which is transfer to other. So this is the 147,745 for Strathcona Road. And also in there, the 514,245 in columns S for 2021 includes the payment for the SPC. As we had mentioned earlier, the SPC would be paid off in 2024 with half a year. So we see an extra savings from that expense line moving down to a transfer to capital line, which is mentioned in the title. Then contributing in 2024, $275,000. Finally, it's the SPC is paid off, so the whole portion from admin of the $373,500 will no longer be required as a transfer to other. So then the proposal going forward as we get to the capital section is to divert that $373,500 towards that capital future capital works.
Any questions from council? Paul, if we go to line 48 on
Okay.
page 3. Tax written off, 2016 budget, 2017 budget, 2018 budget, 2019 budget. Most of them are below. Are we overshooting on that? And taxes written off, those are taxes we cannot collect, or those are taxes that are written off for other reasons?
They are not taxes that we cannot collect.
Okay.
What they are people who, when the evaluations come out from MPAC, you have a certain amount of time to go and appeal it.
Okay.
The problem is the appeal process happens after the budgets are set by the towns. So therefore, when the appeal processes happen, maybe the appeal to through the I'm sorry, I forgot the name, when it goes back and is finalized, and comes back to us, it comes back in the form of a repayment.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, it shows up as an expense. So just as with the supplementals, we don't double dip, we budget for it, we also, for the amounts that we have to pay back because MPAC has reevaluated those, we budget for the expense side.
And that's what I wanted to point out to
Yeah.
people, that it's just not taxes that we figure we're gonna write off.
No, absolutely not.
$200,000 worth of taxes. And quite often, because I sign the checks, if there's a large difference and the people have overpaid, we don't leave it as a credit on their bill, we can actually pay it out to them, am I right there?
That's absolutely right. And that will just, so if somebody, let's just say somebody had a $500 payment, they accidentally paid $1,000, revenue would show as $1,000, we find out $500 of that revenue would go back out. It would not appear on this line. This line is specifically due to MPAC reevaluating properties, and then us as a town in another year paying it back to them at that point. And thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
That's fine.
my granddaughter just called in the middle of it and it went to my, so I do just have to send her a text, be patient, because both parents are out of town, to make sure that she's good, okay? Go ahead with the meeting and I'll send her a text to see what's going.
And I'm just checking, and Councillor McCormack has not sent any texts yet, so he must be following along fine. Okay, if you want to flip over to page 4. We're going to talk about council.
Cool.
Council's looking at a 2.7% increase, which is $6,000. It's all due to the increase in the cost of council as far as wages and benefits. I should say wages. The benefit side is not benefits, it's just CPP and EI. Council did not get benefits. But there's an increase in memberships because we budgeted off of actuals and increased the amount for the membership. So it's a very small increase for council, $6,000. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. Just a suggestion, and I'm going to leave this open for discussion, but I see with respect to conferences and conventions, we budgeted for $20,000. I know it's not a big number, and I know it's not a real big deal, but most of us now have been to a number of conventions and things in the last 2 years, and I think most of us are probably caught up. Just a suggestion that maybe we can knock that back to the $10,000 that was budgeted in 2016, 2017, 2018. It's probably going to mean that some of us would only go to one convention as opposed to two. But I'll leave that open for discussion.
Thank you, and I 100% concur. I don't know whether any of you saw Roma's information come out that it's virtual, and still the virtual registration, and I don't know whether any of you took part in what would have been our AMO, the last one. Yeah, and I, because of course county council too, and we were in ministers' meetings, but I got to very few things, and it was, I think it's $650 or $700. Granted, we're not having travel and so on expenses, but I think, I agree with Councillor Richardson, that should be something that should be reviewed as to how we attend them, and I wonder how these conferences are even going to morph to go on. It's not the same virtually as it is attending in person. There's absolutely no way. So if we discuss that and decide on it, whether it's even in a rotation basis, so that we make sure that somebody's going if they ever get back to in person. So I think that's a wonderful suggestion, and I think it should be something, Paul, that we look at as putting through as a resolution, if that's agreeable with council. Not maybe at this point, but when we come to it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I could just add to that with another suggestion, that we could certainly look at that. We can certainly pull that down, but we would need to put it back up in 2023 in the event that new council members come in after the election. Then there will need to be some money for that.
Yeah,
So
just for the remainder of this council, and it could be something that they want to look at for the first 2 years of going to. Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Certainly.
Because with the start of this council, we had 5 fresh new councillors, and we basically removed all caps on attendances. And that was, we had a policy. So I think part of this discussion has to include a comprehensive policy on how many conferences are permissible or whatever, that it's not just a number, but there's a policy behind it that as part of the discussion.
So somebody needs to note that we need to bring that up as far as for discussion and a resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. I'm sorry, I did not move up.
We're going to have to get you an assistant just to push the button.
Now, the most
Yeah.
exciting department of all.
Yeah. Can we just call just a,
You can continue, I want to take two.
Okay.
Is that all
okay,
right?
yep.
I don't need a full interruption, just.
I'm sorry, I should have mentioned, we have lunch coming at 12:30, we have dinner coming at 5, and I should have scheduled some breaks, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and that's entirely up to you. I have a couple of phone calls I could return to if you wish, council, just to take a short break for maybe 5 minutes, okay? Everybody needs to stretch. My watch keeps telling me to stand up. It wasn't an emergency, it was just an excited granddaughter that just got her driver's license.
That's worth celebrating.
I know. They always call during meetings. Okay, thank you. And thank you to those that are watching us on YouTube. Just needed a bit of a break with all these numbers in front of us. So, go ahead, please, Paul, and we'll keep going. Were there
Thank you.
any-
I did receive a text from Councillor McCormack,
Okay.
just letting us know that he's good and he doesn't have any questions yet. So he
Okay.
is online and he is following along.
Okay, good, thank you.
So back onto the most exciting department would be the finance department. Not too much change here. We have a 3.5% increase, which is $15,688. The increase in staffing costs is offset by transfer of $5,000 for new software and $1,300 in licenses, and that's being transferred over to the IT department. The 5,000, of course, wasn't used in 2020, and the 1,300 is related to a software piece called Caseware. Any questions with finance?
Yeah, certainly, Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Thank you. It's not a very large one, but on line 24, we're talking about printing, and I recognize that the budget represents the actuals of 2020, but it's been a pretty significant increase over the couple of years. What are we doing differently? It's not just ink and paper. I'm assuming that we're adding things to the tax bills or brochures or?
We're adding, within printing, we actually do put items that are related to printing, so there'll be envelopes for the tax bills. There would be the brochures that go out, and there has been some increased communication, I believe, in 2020 with the residents. Having said that, I'll preemptively, before we even get to IT, say that we will see a bit of a change in that going forward, and I'm anticipating a bit of a lag in that change because this year, as council was interested in people having digital or online tax bills. We have purchased that module, and we'll be rolling, and the plan is to roll out, and it's on the service area update, is to roll it out for our interim billing that goes out in the end of January, so that people can log on, they can get their tax bill, they can print off a copy, but if they lose it, they can go back on and print off another copy, I believe, so they don't, they can save themselves that fee going forward. But we also will have a change in the printing cost because for some reason everybody's business cards that are given out all came up at the same time. So about $250 per person for the business cards as well. So yeah, we have seen some increases in printing, and we will, but we're going to adjust going forward as far as 2022 through 2025. We'll look at what the costs are in 2021 to see how much we decrease in the printing cost for the online tax bills. And by the way, we're looking at the water bills rolling out at the end of 2021 as far as digital goes. So we might see some decreases going forward in the future.
So, in with those printing costs, I know that because I signed the checks and I see, which, by the way, not that you can sign them, but our invoices are available for council. If they ever have some questions, I go over them invoice by invoice. But in those printing costs for the 2019 and then projected 2021, included in that, would it be, and just hasn't been slid over to excess costs or costs that we might not have incurred due to COVID, such as signage? And I know that we've been buying signs that are from either the health unit and so on. I don't know if they give them to us, or would that be included in those printing costs too, Paul?
We've been pretty diligent making sure that
separating?
advertising and
Okay.
printing costs go out. It would certainly be worth a second look to ensure, because there's a possibility there might be a print job that has a split between the both, and
Yeah.
it might have just gone to the one. So that'll be just, that could be something I could actually look
Okay.
into and just make sure.
Yeah, it would be nice to see us go as digitally as we can. We'll always have to mail out some, and I don't know whether when people choose, well, they check a box and say, don't mail it to me, send it to me digitally. It's going to be nice, but it'll be a mess getting it set up.
As soon as we're able to get processes changed within the various departments towards more online, we could see some decreases in printing costs, but also advertising costs.
Perfect,
We
yeah.
are fairly high here in advertising costs.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Okay, if you want to turn over to page 6. I'm going to ask our director, or General Manager of Corporate Services to join us. On page 6, you see on line 35, net corporate IT has quite a large increase, 25.8%, just under $100,000, of which almost all of it has to do with the service contracts. Of that 89,495, there was the $10,000 coming over from admin and from finance, and then I'll let Brent take over at this point.
So you have a sheet in a previous package that,
So it was in this,
Yeah.
that funny looking one after
Yeah.
the debt. There's a one with got some pink and some green on it, say 8.5 by 11. So Ellen, that'll be that whole other package to your left there. Yeah, you got it.
so I'll go through some of the significant changes. They're highlighted in the colored areas. A lot of the increases that you're seeing in the smaller items are due to service contract changes, so increases in the contract. That's true for those first two. For example, the third line, the firewall, the reason for that increase is because we had been paying for it 8 to 4 support service, and they're moving to 24/7, and they're not giving us any choice but to pay for the 24/7. Further down, when you see eSolutions template module, in 2021, a new charge of $4,500. That has to do with accessibility. So in 2021, we're required to have, the website has to be fully accessible, and those would be some of the costs for us to make that happen. The server licensing, which in 2023 is at $15,000, that's when our contract is up, and we know now that's what the cost is going to be in 2023. Mobile device management, that's due to an increase in the number of staff that have cell phones, and a service level increase at the same time. Further down where it says backup software, 2021, $18,000 is a new charge. What that is that we currently have a physical storage of for our disaster recovery in a building that is not ideal. You know, we're all aware of the risks we have to our system as far as digital risks from outside entities. This is a physical risk. If there's a disaster, a physical disaster like a fire or something, and right now our main servers and our disaster recovery are across the road from each other, and that's not ideal. The ideal situation would be having our data recovery in the cloud, so that we don't run the risk of floods, fires, any other kind of natural disaster. That's the purpose of that particular item. And the phone support, Paul already explained that earlier about the system that we're moving towards, making our workforce more mobile, and the efficiencies that we're going to see in the new phone system. The iCompass meeting portal, further down, that's a $5,000 in 2021. That is a direct result of the council meetings going, streaming council meetings. And the VATM, there's 2 VATM items there. There's changes, which is the financial software. The $9,000 on the second line for VATM is moving VATM to the cloud as well, and that will. It's a ease of access, but also too it makes the workforce a little more mobile. That right now it's difficult if we're in a situation which we just experienced, where people have to work from home. Accessing VATM was a problem for staff from their home locations, and some of them, for specific jobs, they would have to come into the office to get that access. Dark trace, there's two lines there. The 9,000 for the Antigena portion of Darktrace is that the previous version, or the standard version of Darktrace that we have, there's still a manual component to that, so the staff would get notified that there's somebody trying to access the system or something, somebody doing something in the system that would cause us harm. The Antigena software is actually an automatic response, so that it'll start working on a solution before staff even start if staff are not available, we have a protection in place. The VADM Assist Kit support further down, that in all likelihood would either reduce or disappear if VADM moves to the cloud. And then further down, the new equipment.
So that's part of the capital on the 17th.
Yeah. And then, yeah, so the last three are capital items on the 17th.
So on the slide and what you've been presented before you doesn't have those other items on it that Brant was speaking about. They'll come back on the November 17th because they really are a capital component. And we'll just talk about operating at this point.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Zetterberg? Coming into the century, aren't we?
Yes.
One thing I wouldn't mind adding out, and it's really kind of self-promoting as far as the iCity Cloud. So that's our financial software to move it online. It is, as Brant said, it's a security feature. A lot of municipalities are moving towards it, but there are actual efficiencies with it as well. Right now, we have a VPN so that somebody that's not a town hall can get into VADM. But the way that our current system works is that there's a signal that bounces from the barn over to, let's say, the fire hall. So if Erin at the fire hall needs to go on and check her budget lines, the signal goes out, goes over to the barns, down to the router. So we've used one section of bandwidth, the fire hall, one section at the roads, then it goes back out. So now you've used two sections, goes over to town hall, comes down in and goes to the servers. So there's a section at town hall, gets the information, wants to send it back to Erin. So it does the opposite, uses another piece of bandwidth, two more at the roads, and then one more at the fire. It proves frustrating for staff, but also time consuming. Moving it to the cloud would just be once. Would just be going straight up to the servers, which are with Amazon in Montreal, and which is the largest provider of servers in the country, but it is contained within Canada. Security features, spare no expense for security features, but also we're going to experience problems as we move towards online billing for people to be able to access that, because right now, if we were to have it completely on the servers, people would have to come into the servers and would tie up our bandwidth as they come in. As well, when staff, like when I'm working from home or in a hotel room, if I'm in a convention, I have to come in through the servers and I'm tying up the bandwidth for the staff that are there. So also the other thing is reporting. We have a lot of reporting functionality, but we've got a Ferrari and I'm pushing it because we don't have the bandwidth to access all the reporting functions. So a lot of what I've put together is very manual, and we can save a lot of staff time. If it was on the cloud, we could be using a whole new set of reporting functions and be able to produce information for staff and council quite a bit quicker. So a little self-promotion there. But all of these items, we've gone through them. Dave's gone through them. The department has gone through them, and they've identified them as actual needs. They're not so much a wish list. The 18,000 for the backup software, we've got the spare servers that were left over from the last time. We don't know how long they're going to last. And as Brant said, with security and the amount of municipalities, those far away and those close to us, have experienced issues, and it's cost them far more than the prevention to take place. So I just put that out there.
Okay, any questions of Paul or Brant on that presentation? It's beyond me. I guess it just certainly looks like it's something that we need to invest in because there are a lot of problems that are going on around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brant.
So we'll move on. We're going to go back to page 6 and continue on from there. Now, we're going to be talking about the clerks. I'll give a little brief overview, but of course the clerk is here, so she can answer any questions. Election, no change to the contribution towards the 2022 election. Sorry, I had to stop and think about it there, make sure I have my dates right. The clerk's department overall, when you get down to page actually 8, there's a bit of a break in between. Line 87 has the total for that. It's a 4.6% increase, which is $18,423, which comprises the change in salaries, as we had talked about previously. But the main thing on page, and I'm sorry, you're going to have to flip back and forth between page 6 and page 7, is that there was a decrease in lottery licenses by $5,000. Not anticipated those events will happen in 2022. And we had a bit of a increase in...
Yeah, Paul.
Actually, that was about it.
Try, you're fading in and out on your.
I apologize.
Yeah, thanks.
So the main changes there have to do with the decrease in revenues for lottery licenses, a bit of an increase in the other licenses that would have to do with taxis, and a decrease in expenses for the marriage licenses, as there's an inventory left over to roll into 2021. Was there anything that you wanted to add to that, Susan?
Yeah, just a decrease in marriage license revenue as well.
So through you, Madam Clerk, those licenses, we'll still be able to use them to resell? Do we buy them ahead? Is that the way that it is? I'm not sure that I understand the system.
Yes, the last couple of years, we've been purchasing the marriage licenses that we would need for the year at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
So we will have an inventory left at the end of the year that we can apply to 2021.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Pennell?
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the elections. We seem to be putting $20,000 a year away. So over the 4 years, that's $80,000. And we see that in 2018, we saw that the actuals were $49,724. I'm just wondering how much we have in election reserves and why are we putting in so much?
I can answer that question. I'll have to look it up for you, but I can find that answer.
Susan, do you have
Yeah,
something?
I don't believe, in the year of an election, we don't contribute to the reserve.
That's right, so that would be a 3-year contribution, and I will adjust that accordingly, because according to this sheet, it's a 4-year contribution. So I will make that change and pull that $20,000 out in 2022.
Thank you.
That was a good catch, thank you.
Team effort.
Sorry?
Team effort.
Team effort, absolutely.
Any other questions on the clerks? A lot of stuff in there.
Okay, we'll move on to bylaw. That would be, for those at home, on slide 39. And for those of us here, that'll be page 7. And with bylaw, we're looking at an increase of 7.4%, which in this case factors out to $3,500. We're looking at a potential decrease in revenues for costs recovered for yard bylaw. We're getting compliance. So therefore, we have to reflect that in the budget, that we're not anticipating getting those needs, those costs. There had been previously, you'll see down below, there's costs recovered as an expense. I did not adjust that because in the past, there was $6,000 budgeted in revenue and $2,000 in expenses. That's not really the proper ratio between how much we recover. There is an upcharge on some of those costs when a contractor comes in, but not 3 times the cost. So therefore, we've just kind of even them out a bit, put it down to 4,000 for the revenue, and down below on line 120, you'll see that it's kept at about a $2,000 cost, which we believe is pretty accurate. Increase in salaries and expenses, and other than that, there's a couple of decreases based on actuals and just a little bit of play back and forth for those small amounts as we start to budget off of actuals. So again, that the increase in expenses is $1,500. Factored out with a $2,000 of decrease in revenues is $3,500.
Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Dog control, we'll see a bigger change here, and this would be to do with the animal shelter that we've taken over. But that was our building, but we're more in charge of it now. As far as the revenues go, there's been we got rid of the grants that was there previously because we actually never collected revenue. That's that $750 that disappeared. $2,500 for the provincial grant. We're still counting on that, and we believe that it just hasn't come in as of yet in 2020. But and a little bit more in the dog tag revenue. But the major uptick that you'll see is the adoption boarding fees. You'll see in 2020 that there was a budget of $8,000. As of September 30th, these numbers are all in the actuals, are as of September 30th, was $28,000, and we're anticipating about $43,000. So the, do you want to explain that, Susan, or do you want me to do that?
Sure, yeah. So we've been working with the Minister of Solicitor General, so they are able to bring the animals into our shelter, and then we're able to invoice them for boarding fees. So we've seen a significant amount of revenue being received by the town for that purpose. Yes, and we're looking at, as council had authorized, to look at some boarding contracts and pound services with our neighboring municipalities, so Loyalist and Deserano. So that we will have that revenue as well.
Okay, so just, I'm not sure, does everybody on council understand how this whole, the building on Community Road and so on, how it operates and what the changes have been since we've taken it on?
Pretty much.
Not very much, or very?
Pretty much.
Pretty much, okay. So everybody's good with it? Okay, thank you.
The large increase would have to do with printed materials budgeting off of actuals. And a little bit of an adjustment. Last year was our first year, and we didn't even have a full year of running through all the utility costs. So we budgeted off of what we actually saw with a 2% increase going forward. But the large increase has to do with the service contracts. There's a fixed cost of about $6,000 per month from Frontenac, and for their maintaining their services. But then there's a variable cost as the activity goes up. So as we see those revenues coming in higher from the top, we also see an extra billing coming in for increased activities. So that's really to reflect the other side of increasing the revenues on the top. We're seeing an increase in the expenses down below.
Okay. Yeah, appears okay.
So the next page, page 8, we'll talk about parking and crossing guards. So parking, of course, without going out and giving out doing the ticketing activities in 2020, and we saw some slowdown on that. We just decided to flatline the 2020 numbers and revenues and bring them over in order to be conservative. We would see an increase in the salaries, but we also flatline the expenses. Again, we haven't seen those, the printing costs of the actual tickets and then the MTO service contracts. We just flatlined it across. So the only change really has to do with staffing costs. Crossing guards, again, an increase in the staffing costs. We left the uniform and telephone at the same rate. And if you, we're going to go back and consider the increased cost for, can you please remind me again what the school was?
The crossing at Southview, at James and County Road 8.
Okay. But when you look back in the history of it, 2016, we budgeted 17.1, came up to just under 15, 17.3, came a little bit over there. Same with the next year. We want to make sure that we're covering it all, so we're going to come back with a reflection of how many hours that is going to be needed through the year, and we're going to adjust that crossing guard wage line when we come back on the November 17th meeting. However, it's not going to be a large increase. I'm anticipating probably under $1,000, so it's not going to really cause too much of a disruption there. It's 12 o'clock now, and we have lunch coming at 12:30. Are we good to go to 12:30?
Everybody good to go? Sure, yep, thank
Okay.
you.
Now, I didn't pay much attention in those last few lines to the years going on because we're pretty much see a flat line in the activity. There's not some significant upheavals within those lines. But as we start to get moving forward into these other lines, we'll start talking about 2022 through 2025 as we had previously. We'll kind of get back into that discussion. Now, we have our GM of corporate services that are going to come up. We're going to talk about youth programs, day camp, minor ball. These are all the, as well as economic development and tourism, because these are all activities that fall into the scope of corporate services. So as far as youth programs go, so I'm going to touch on the highlights, and then Brant can add in anything else that he feels necessary or answer questions. So as far as the youth programs go, we're looking at a 7.4% increase, which is just over $3,000. The lion's share of that has to do with the staffing costs. Now, $1,000 has to do with conferences and conventions, because that's the intention, is to go to one next year. But you'll see in the yellow highlight line that this was a move from public celebrations. So when we get to public celebrations, you'll see a decrease in the expense of $1,000. That's just flipped up. Same with $350 for the telephone. Previously, it hadn't been allocated out to this cost center, and that $350 was just transferred from economic development. So when we get down to the economic development side of things, you'll see a $350 decrease in the expenses down there. Are there any questions for Brad at this time? No? Okay. Day camp's a pretty easy one. We're not running the day camps anymore. The YMCA is. Didn't happen in 2020, so you don't see the expenses in there. However, at this point, I believe the intention is to roll ahead in 2021. So we've kept the $10,000, which is our contribution to the YMCA to run the day camps on our behalf at the North Fred facility. Minor ball, the only expense that we received this year was the insurance because it had been prepaid, and we weren't able to get the money back. So that expense did roll through. So in 2021, we just simply took the numbers from copied them over into 2021. We're not anticipating any changes at this time. We just want to see what happens. The only change is the insurance actually went down a little bit as far as the budget line. Because that budget amount of $1,370 is 10% increase of what the actuals are. Okay, if there's no questions, we move over to page 10. And this will probably have a little bit more discussion on it. Public celebrations. I'm just going to give the high-level financial, and then I'll hand it over to Brant. The change is a decrease of 7.4%, which is about $5,500. While there is an increase in the staffing costs, there's a decrease in the conferences of $1,000 that we spoke before. That's the one that moved up to the youth programming. And then it was felt that the decrease in service contracts, which is all the services for the events that happen, that would probably go down in 2021. Not that the events would totally go away, but that level would probably drop drop a bit, so that accounts for the decrease there. And then I'll turn it over to Brad at this point.
So the, this is, the plan for 2021 is essentially exactly what you had approved in 2020. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to roll most of that out, if not all of it. The caveat that we're going to put in for 2021 for council to keep in mind is that the 2020 plan was before we received responsibilities for the cemeteries. And the staff resource that we would normally have working almost full-time on programming events is almost completely 100% of their time on cemeteries right now. So we know there's going to be some impact on what we're able to deliver under the current situation. And we may be coming back to, depending on how things roll out with the pandemic and the cemeteries, we may be coming back to council and saying that we do not, for example, we do not believe it's feasible to do 1 or 2 items on the list of things that had been pre-approved in 2020. That may be something like the Riverside Education Day, or we have been operating a youth basketball program in the fall and winter, so something like that might have to go by the wayside to free up some staff time. Keeping in mind, though, that we are purposely moving towards a different model where we are not delivering the programs ourselves. We're looking for community partners to deliver programs on our behalf, and we'll continue to do that.
Council, any comments or questions on that? So what you're saying, Brand, is they may not, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. I don't want to see the things that people are used to us doing for celebrations and programs, and I know that you don't either, go by the wayside because we have taken over the cemeteries, which is a huge part of the daily things there. So we're looking for partnerships like we do in the pickleball. Is that the direction you'd be going? And would we be able to fund them to some extent?
Right. And then that was the direction we're heading to anyway, giving our staff resources, but this has just sped up the process.
Okay, and is that, I guess, especially to do with the recreation part, Peter's probably not going to like this, but Chris isn't going to hear. Why are they in your department to begin with? Why aren't they in the recreation department? Is that a loaded question?
It is a loaded question, I think, but it predates my arrival, and it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter might jump in here, but it was, the original plan was anything to do with hard surfaces. So if it was around the ball diamonds or around the rinks, that stayed with infrastructure. And the community programming, the minor ball that was moving outside the community, or any new programming was with community and corporate services. It's not clear, but that's how it kind of.
I guess my comment back is it time that we re-looked at that? And I know that everybody's running kind of short, but I'll leave that for council maybe to look at. I certainly would like to see it looked at with people that we've got that are talented in both, but to bring somebody to register for ball to community and corporate services instead of going to the SPC, the rec department, and maybe it's just the way that I'm viewing it. I just think it may be something that would be a better use of staff and facilities. And that said, with all due respect, I just think maybe it's time, and I remember it being changed. And I remember the reasons that we changed it. But maybe it's time that we looked at that again for continuity. Happy to hear what anybody else has to say.
I had an unrelated question.
Okay.
I just thinking of cemeteries, and I applaud you and your staff and taking that on. And I guess in hindsight, it's a bit of a silver lining to 2020, COVID-19 and all that we had the opportunity with other programming dropping that we could take that on. Cemeteries operate under a perpetual care fund, which provides funding. Where is that captured in the budget, and how does that potentially offset staffing costs or provide the opportunity for the possibility perhaps of increased staffing to handle a whole new endeavor for the town.
So as you recall, I think it was in the last meeting, a resolution to council to go to Superior Court to declare the cemetery abandoned, which once that process is in place or has completed, the perpetual care fund would come to the town. It currently is not with us. We don't have access to any of the accounts. We're assuming that's going to happen, but and also too, there's an opportunity for us once we have that monies in place or that fund in place, we can look at the way it's invested and try to increase the revenue from that, from what the cemetery board was getting. That would not cover all of the costs. It would cover some of the costs. It definitely would cover the grass. Based on what our expenses were for grass cutting this year, it would probably cover a large percentage of that cost.
So Brad has prepared numbers for that cemetery, but as he said, we're waiting for the information to come back from the government as to when things will be turned over to us. So we're anticipating on bringing those numbers forward in the November 17th meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, on page 10 still, we're looking at tourism. For the most part, we've looked at kind of keeping it the same. There's a small increase for staffing costs. The large increase really has to do with advertising. This is the tourism department for the town of Greater Napanee, and it's got a $4,000 advertising budget, which I think at this point maybe we need to increase that. So we looked at squeaking out $1,000 in 2021. I've just realized my formulas are wrong, because as you look through 2022 through 2025, it should be increasing greatly. But I think that would probably be a direction that we should look at as far as what are the intentions in the future of tourism, and are we going to be increasing that budget line more rapidly than that, as opposed to $1,000 increase per year.
Comments or questions on that, Deputy Mayor Kaiser?
I guess this comes from my sitting at the county level and watching what happens over there. How much collaboration can be done with the county to have efficiencies there, or borrow from their resources or expertise, and also how much do we benefit? I know that's kind of a subjective question for a budget meeting, but you know, knowing what they do, and is it worthwhile to compare what they do and the kind of budgets that they're looking at? Just because, to some extent, if it happens in Greater Napanee, it happens in LNA County, and so if they're drawing people into LNA County, to some extent, they're drawing people into Greater Napanee. And so I think and we've talked about that at different levels, about sort of a synergy between the 4 lower tiers and the county. This is an area where I think that synergy really needs to be explored a lot more, which again is maybe more of a policy question than a budget question, but just floating that out there.
Your Worship, and that's part of the reason why it seems that like our tourism budget at $4,000 seems nominal. It's because we have been relying on the county to deliver the larger packages and to do the outreach. For example, the county are the members of Ontario East Section 9. They attend all those regional events. They have the regional contacts. So we definitely rely on them for that kind of outreach. The nominal amount is for those items that we do have to produce locally. That was, for example, if you recall, the On2 project that we were involved in. That was most of that expense was involved in On2. Prior to that, it was the Todd signs on the 401. That was that expense. We're not doing the Todd signs now, and On2, it hasn't panned out the way we wanted it to. COVID obviously had an impact on their reach as well. Anything
further? I was kind of surprised, and I don't know how much history, years ago, the Chamber of Commerce was our tourism outlet. And I think that at the last gasp, which would have been, I was a counselor, I'm sure maybe my second year of council, and I think at that point, we paid them 12 or 13,000, and they covered a lot of the area, not just Greater Napanee. And then it went back to us, and of course with the dependents on the county, and the collaboration with the county, not just the dependents. And when the Chamber of Commerce sort of resurfaced this year, I'm quite surprised. I thought they were going to put in some sort of an application to say, you know, this is what we could do for you, and this was the amount, and we haven't heard a word?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll move on to economic development. This is the first appearance of the owned vehicle use, and that's going to be coming out quite a bit in the future. As we explained before, we keep track of machine hours. I think this year, as we get into the road section, there'll be more information than that. But at this point, we keep track of vehicle use for internal purposes. If you look down below on line 185, there's a $1,500 expense, so that zeroes itself out. For a good portion of the, and last year for the whole presentation, it was just kind of a balancing out factor. Having been here a little bit longer and delved into a little bit more, I think we can actually provide a little bit better information when we get to the road section. But for now, we'll just kind of put a pin in that. Had the usual increase in staffing costs, which is basically that engulfs the increase. With the $350 of telephone moving up to the youth program that we spoke before, so that nets out to a $2,900 touch to economic development. Any questions on that?
Yeah. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you expand a little bit on the lines for service contracts and consultants? Which projects are you working on for those, or plan to work on?
That item, sorry, Your Worship, that item had been reduced. I don't know if it shows on your, it had been at 75,000.
Yes.
And we had not been using it at the 75,000. And we decided, we gave the money back basically out of the budget because it hadn't been used. But we decided to keep the 25,000 in because of unforeseen costs coming up. For example, there are some projects on properties that we own that could, Paul's earlier comment on being shovel ready. This is an example of if we spend some money on a consultant or an engineer, it may move a project forward faster and get more buy-in from the community or partners if we actually move forward with some of the costs on that.
You didn't have anything specific in mind for that, though?
I don't.
Councillor Johnson,
Oh,
can you
sorry.
make? Thank you.
You didn't have anything specific in mind for this? This was just a general set-aside?
It's general set aside at this
Okay.
point.
However, to add to that, I know that in the past we have applied for the red rural economic development funding, but I don't know if we've consistently applied for it. That would support what Brant was saying about having shovel-ready projects, because it usually is a quick turnaround. The applications usually happen in the fall. It's usually about a 50% funding. So in order to speak to that, that's where we could certainly use some money in that portion. I would also draw to your attention what we spoke about earlier when we looked at those trend analysis and we looked at the consultants and we looked at those increases in the years of 17 and 18. So 17, you had the $52,407. And if you look the following year, there was some funding for that, so we would have submitted the invoice, and we would have received a refund of that over the year of $73,478, which some of it would have been tied to that. And then we had the expense of $30,833 in 18. That was all kind of tied into some funding, which I believe some of that was some of the red funding that we spoke to earlier. But it would be good to be able to get some information together in order to apply on a yearly basis for the red funding. In order to do that, we would need some shovel-ready projects ready to go.
In addition to that, is that we have not been taking advantage of the Trillium grant opportunities that we should be. There are some opportunities within economic development that we could be taking advantage of the Trillium grant process.
As well as the Parks Department as well, because the Trillium, they just love a good playground. Absolutely love it, as well as economic development. Thank you. Okay. We're at 12:15. Are we good for another 15 minutes?
Everybody's good for another 15? We'll keep moving forward. Thank you. Yes, please.
Now we're going to move on to fire services. I'll answer as many questions as I'm able to. Total fire admin revenue. I don't know why I said such a long title. On page 11, I'm going to skip over to page 12, sorry. And if you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump around quite a bit, but we're looking at net fire overall and then come back up and look at it a little more closely. Okay. On page 120, you've got the dark blue line, that's the net fire. So we're looking at a 6% increase, which is $126,081. If you wouldn't mind flipping back to page 11, we'll kind of start pulling it apart and what makes that up. We didn't see the fulfillment of all the revenues in 2020. There's some activities that had slowed down within the fire departments. We flatlined that information coming forward. The biggest portion of that would be the burn permits. There's actually a little bit more than the $2,600 in there in the burn permits. The burn permits came online late, so an awful lot of people got free burn permits in 2020 because of the a problem within the billing system. When they come back and renew, the nice thing about that is that when they just hit the renew button, all the information's in there. So we should see the fulfillment of that $15,000 in 2021 because the fees haven't gone up. We've just flatlined it and kept it the same. As well, we're looking at increasing the amount of, well, the MTO, it's really hard to tell. We can't predict exactly how many accidents are going to be on the 401, so that's always hard to predict. So at this point, we decided to just flatline everything, look at the fact that the $299 as projected ending balance in 2020 would have been affected by COVID. So we just flatlined it. We haven't increased it, but we just flatlined it. There is that 4.5% increase, so that's $70,000 as far as wages go. So that's the lion's share of the $120,000 that we went up. Just about $70,000 is accounted for under that section. The other big piece, you're going to see some ups and downs. I'm not going to go through them all, but please ask questions if you have them. Transfer to vehicle reserve, we went up about 2%. On December 19th of 2019, we presented a flat line of contributions from the various departments because at that point we believed that the funding was there. I know that Deputy Mayor Kaiser at that point said, are you sure that's going to be enough? And we said, we don't know, but let's run it this year and see if it's enough. We were a little bit under. So what we're doing is we're putting a 2% increase on all those contributions for reserves for vehicles. So that's what that is. The big portion is this $40,500. That's a brand new line. What that is we've had some major contributions for that 15-year SCBA. So that's all the breathing apparatus has to be changed between 10 and 15 years. There was a presentation for the RFP going forward. The information coming back is that technology has gotten so good in that area that a lot of municipalities are now seeing a 15-year lifespan as opposed to a 12-year lifespan. So the $40,500, what that does is that contributes for 15 years, adds it up, and we're looking at an expense in 2021 of about $450,000. When you increase that over 15 years of about 2% per year, and you'll hear me speak a lot about 2%. The CPI fluctuates and what the increase is, but when you look at it as an average over 10 or 15 years, it's about 2%. So that's why we throw the 2% in there, because it's our best average. So that $450,000 inflated for 15 years, comes to about $620,000. Divided by 15 is just a hair under $40,500. So this will be starting to contribute for the next changeover of the SCBA, because what we've had this past session is we've had a $100,000 contribution from the capital budget, from tax dollars, but from the capital budget over 4 years, because we hadn't been putting aside. So this is forward thinking to make sure that we have the money put aside in 15 years. So that's the lion's share of the whole increase for the fire department, is the increase in salaries and being prepared for the 15 years down the road for the SCBA. There's some small changes. Fire service equipment, we left it at 2% to roll forward. Fire dispatch, 2%, and that's usually what that dispatch service that we pay for has come out to, is about a 2% increase year over year. Fire hall Napanee, we've had a couple increases. The heat, we wanted to make sure to go up the 2% for that. Same with hydro. Hydro had actually over budgeted, so we flatlined it because we're well within that 2% of actuals. And the only increase really was not really that much, was $167 for the insurance. And again, all those insurance lines, they're 10% increase based off of the 2020 actuals. Fire hall Roblin, they felt confident that there might be some rentals still coming in, so we did leave something in there. And then it's very, very small increases here and there. And the one line that I'll draw your attention to is line 100 and 101, and that's the repayment of the Roblin Fire Hall we spoke of earlier. That was part of the long-term debt, so that is being financed, but we're self-financing it. The idea here, and this is one that I brought in last year, and the only reason I'm kind of spending some time on this is we might talk about other things in the future as far as some of that unfunded capital. We can debenture it. We can go out and debenture for 10 or 20 years, and we can pay Infrastructure Ontario. Right now, they would be charging 2.4%. That's what their current rate is for interest. We could debenture it in order to repay ourselves. Our cash flows are pretty good, so we can actually self-fund it. So if we were to debenture and bring it in, we could turn it around and invest it, but we'd only get 1.6 or 1.8%. But if we matched what Infrastructure Ontario was charging, we would be charging it anyway. Or, I'm sorry, we would be paying it anyway because it would be charged. So if we're self-funding it, there's an amount in there for interest. There's a principal and there's an interest, and that interest can then go to the reserve. I wanted to kind of explain the methodology on that because and when we hit the November 17th meeting, when we talk about funding some of that unfunded capital, and we look at our cash flows, then that's one of the considerations that the council might think about at that time as far as raising revenues for future capital projects. Fire Hall Dorland went down about $46, and that was really the majority of that was due to the insurance going down to increase off the actuals. Just want to make sure that we don't go over here. And I think we have enough time to finish up emergency measures. We haven't seen so many expenses come through in emergency measures this year because a lot of them went over to the COVID funding. Or I should say not COVID funding, but the COVID expense line, so that we can be able to claim that back. Which, by the way, is that application is due this Friday, and we'll have it ready to go on time, and I can report back to council on what that is at that point. If you turn over to page 13, we can wrap it up with just finishing off with health and safety. $46,500 is what it's decreased down to. And what I'll do is I'll just get you to turn again to some of this backup that we had on some of those awkward looking sheets. And right after the IT section, we had the doctor recruitment. These are our agreements that are in place. Mr. McDonald had prepared this. So this is what we're committed to paying out in the years that we're committed to paying them. and that's reflected in the budget. So that's why you see the revenues coming in, which are transfers from reserves, from the doctor recruitment reserves. We've dropped it down by 3,500 to match, and then you can see in 2022 through 2024, they decrease off as those contracts end. There's nothing in 2025 because we don't have any information at this point as to what it will be. We could put an amount in there for now in order to bookmark it, but as you see down on line 168, the revenue, the expenses match those revenues coming in from the doctor recruitment reserve. So in 2025, we could just put a nominal 30,000 just as a placeholder. It won't affect the budget at all, but I should probably put something in there just as a placeholder. But it won't change the overall effect at all. It is a 3% increase of $4,151, which is exactly what the changes are to the staffing costs. So as you can see, there's the reduction in revenues, 3,500, reduction in expenses down below 3,500, again, to match that schedule. Are there any questions on that?
Any questions? Any questions from council?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a quick one. Looking at that, on the doctor recruitment, line 170, transfer to reserve of 5,000, looking at the schedule of the doctors and the future of that, but knowing what the reserve balance is that recommended at that level? Should we be, is that the right number? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Should we be increasing it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking? Yeah, we should be. I don't think we need to in 2021 because we do have that amount that was given to us by TC Energy. But I think that we should look at 2022 through 2025 having a gradual increase, whether that be an extra $2,500 a year or $5,000 a year. That would actually be a good point. And that's something I should have caught, but I didn't. But I think that's a great idea to be able to increase that.
Yeah. I also think that the other thing that we need to wait and see with these new Ontario health teams may be taking on a different role in doctor recruitment as well. So hopefully COVID has slowed them down, although things seem to be perking again now. We may find that by 2022, we won't need to be putting money into reserve. It will be taken off the municipalities' pile of stuff that we need to fund. It is looking like that might happen.
Okay, well, that would be great
Yeah,
news.
that would be great too, or we'll put it up to the upper tier.
So at this point, why don't we just leave it there and we'll wait until some more
Yeah.
information
I still
comes
think
down
we
the
need to be
pipeline.
prepared to fund, but if
Yeah.
things go the right way with the Ontario health teams, then we're going to pay it by tax one way or another, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't come out of our municipal taxes.
Great. Any other questions?
One other, just, we keep seeing it line by line, the 10% hit to the insurance. Back in the spring, I remember the news around was that automotive insurance policies would go down this year because people aren't on the roads because of COVID. Truth is, I've got 3 kids with 3 insurance policies, and they all took a serious hit of 5 to 15%, with no reasonable explanation when you consider their age and everything else. We're seeing this across the board, and I'm wondering, are we talking about it? Or is AMO talking about it? Are there letters going around? Why is the insurance going up across the board such a huge amount? And we're hearing about this across the board in Ontario, private, municipal, whatever. It's not the same in other provinces or other parts of the country, but Ontario seems to be particularly hard hit. And who's talking about it and what are they saying?
There has been some discussions about it. I know that Director of the Fleet Management has been in discussion with our insurance broker to find out. Now, the insurance broker has then contacted the insurance company to find out what's going to be done. They're not forthcoming in the information as of yet, so basically we haven't heard back. But we've put the request out there, followed up with it to find out exactly what's going on, and are we going to be able to see some savings from 2020 because of the fact they weren't on the road, and so we're still waiting to hear at this point. Because hopefully the hope is that we can adjust those lines in 2022 through 2025, but I don't feel confident at this point that we're going to see too much of a movement on that before we pass the 2021 budget, and I would say at least halfway through next year, because the wheels turn pretty slowly in the insurance world. I would point out, though, that we've talked about the 10% increase in the benefits, that they don't necessarily go together. They're benefits insurance, but they don't necessarily go in a line. It just happens that this year there is an increase. There has been an increase right across the board. So there is a cost and a fixed component and a variable component to what our increases are. Some of it is based on the fixed costs that go up right across the board, and some of it is based on the historical of each individual municipality, or in our case, a group, as I believe that we're in the same situation as the county. So the group experience is what the insurance term calls it, and that's where if the higher the increase, the slightly higher in the variable. But because of the fact that we're spread out with other municipalities and in a group, we actually do save. We're not as fluctuating quite as much in the variable, but it's just a really bad year for it. A 10% is the highest I've ever seen it. But it is across the board. I've checked with other municipalities and other agencies, and it is across the board.
Okay, if that's it, then I think we'll call a recess so that we can stretch our legs and have some lunch. And we'll be back at what time, Madam Clerk? 1 o'clock? Okay, yep. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, staff and council, we're back live again. Thanks for the break, much needed. So, Paul, you're on again, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
I may only interrupt you because I've got a phone call coming in about 10 minutes, and I will go outside and take it, and the deputy mayor will take the chair in my stead.
Okay, thank you for the heads up. So we'll just continue on. And if you turn to page 14, we're looking at protective services beyond fire. So the first section will be the OPP costs. Page 14, line 23, you see that it's a 3.5% increase, which is $138,233. There are a couple things I do want to point out here. First of all, the levy of the 4.1 million, that is our actual levy. We have gotten that statement in from the OPP, so that is what we'll be running forward with. Police Services Board are in there. We've just done a traditional $4,500, and then the community policing of $15,000. Now, the Ontario grant, that $85,000 is an average of 2016 to 19. Taking out of account something that happened in 2019. So if you look into columns M, you'll see there's a larger amount of revenue there. Anything that comes in, that got transferred to reserves. You can see down the bottom, there's $19,688 that transferred to reserves. So that had to do with a program of which there was some funding available for all the lower tiers, and Napanee got asked to basically disperse that money. So when I say it's an average of the Ontario-specific grant, I took that $19,688 and did not make that a part of the calculation. We can't always predict exactly how much we're going to get back because there is a time delay because it has to do with some of the true-up numbers and some of the community policing. So we're never exactly sure exactly how much that's going to be, so we just took the average and did it out that way. And then fees and service charges. At this point, we've been told that the police checks are going to be moving to online. Haven't really seen too much of a reduction in those. Well, I guess we did see a reduction in 2020, so maybe those numbers might be a bit inflated. Having talked through this, I think if we're all in agreement, I might look at dropping those numbers a little bit for the November 17th meeting to reflect, I guess, I misspoke in that some of the police checks are starting to go online at this point. So over and all, we've got an increase of 138. It might be slightly higher when we come back in on the 18th, because we'll take that $15,761 and drop it down a little bit. Conservation Authority. Sorry, were there any questions?
Questions of council? No?
Okay. Conservation Authority, we have gotten the information, and we don't have the statements yet, but we have gotten information, and I've spoken to the treasurer of, and I always pronounce it around, I don't know why, I have a problem saying Cataraqui. Conservation Authority called up and basically was just letting us know that they're looking at a 2% increase. They were looking at a larger increase for their anticipated needs, but given the nature of what's been happening the last little while, they decided to do 2% across the board. Quinte Conservation increased their amount that they're asking for the capital portion of the works. So you'll see that when the two are netted together, it's a $9,300 increase, which is 5.1%, of which the bulk has to do with Quinte Conservation, and there's just a very small increase for Cataraqui Conservation Authority. I know I said it wrong again, did I? No, I said it good. That okay, excellent, thank you.
Very
sort of
good.
one of those brain blockages. Are there any questions on that? Okay,
Any
I'll ask-
questions? Okay, and if not, I will excuse myself, and the deputy will stay where he is, but he'll take the chair, please.
Okay, and we'll ask Michael Nobes to come up. So on page 15, you'll see in 2021, we put up a 2% increase off of the budget numbers. We didn't necessarily budget off of the actuals. We budgeted 350, so as of the end of September, had 296, and Michael looked at his information and said that he was quite assured that we're going to come in pretty darn close to what our actual budget number is. We did incur, we're looking at the 2% increase still for some increased activity in the building department in 2021. The increases, overall, it's a 13.3% increase, which represents $12,863, which is less than the increase that's due to staffing costs. There were a few up and downs, but we looked at it with the increase of the $7,260 of revenues, and then the one decrease in hydro, because it was just over budget a little bit. We looked at an increase of $20,123 of expenses, and netted out to just about $13,000 increase overall. And I know Michael had a couple of points that he wanted to touch on.
Can you hear me okay? Is this good volume? So I just wanted to touch on something that the mayor brought up earlier in the meeting, and that was regarding line 45, and that was legal and professional fees. That those costs were directly attributable to problematic property standards files that council is certainly aware of those. So I just wanted to confirm that that's exactly what those costs were associated with.
Now, there is a bit of a direction that we've talked about before, so I know that the mayor not being at her seat will not be anything new to her, but the fact that the 2020 budget had a number at the bottom of $96,624, and then 2021 we're looking at $109,000. The trend is that municipalities are moving toward a revenue neutral building department. The reason is that it's not a value added for the residents. It's really specifically due to growth. So the fact, and I've said this before, but I'll repeat it again, the fact that we have an expense line at the bottom means that the residents or the ratepayers of Napanee are subsidizing building. So they're subsidizing the builders, the developers, and they're subsidizing people that are adding additions where it should be the expenses. The tradition now, or what's common, is for those expenses to be borne upon the people that are doing the building. We had a large increase in our building rates, and we're still the lowest in rates. I've been a number of different municipalities and have exposure to the building departments and even more. And traditionally, there's been a fear in the past that if the building rates increase, the building will stop. But the municipalities that have moved forward in matching up their fees to cover all expenses have not experienced any sort of a trickle down. I have not experienced any sort of a decrease within those amount of building fees. I've been involved in a couple of municipalities that moved from tax levy contribution base to a revenue neutral base, and neither one of them experienced any slowdown in the number of permits that were going on, especially our close proximity, our geographical location to the 401 and proximity between Toronto and Montreal. People are going to build here. Whatever the fees are, and usually the building fees are pretty minimal when it comes to their overall scope of building. So having said that, we will be looking at increasing the fees again in order to bring them up to a point that we become revenue neutral. As of September 30th, we had just about $56,000 in revenue, more than the expenses. At the end of the year, if we're still in that position, because we did have quite a good year, and some of the expenses were down. If we do have revenue over expenses, we'll be coming to council looking to set up a reserve for the building department. And again, with a revenue neutral building department, one of the catalysts or one of the features is to have a reserve account. From a legislative perspective, you can have more revenues than expenses, but has to go into a reserve and has to be isolated for building activities only, very similar to water and sewer department. And Michael can explain a little bit more.
I think, excuse me, I think the treasurer did a great job discussing that, but if council has any specific questions regarding, you know, approximate costs and increases to fees, I can certainly answer those. I did some fairly rough calculations based on current 5-year averages, and if we were to impose approximately a similar increase as we did just this past August, we would be getting very close to a revenue neutral position. So we're currently sitting at a base permit fee of about $11 per $1,000 of valuation. We up that from $9 to $11. If we were to go into the 13, 14 range, $13 per $1,000 of valuation, we would be very close to a revenue neutral position. That would bring us in line with our comparator municipalities that are in close proximity to us. So we wouldn't be too high or too low in that instance. We'd be right par essentially with those comparators.
Questions?
And just to add too, I've not heard any negative feedback from the increase from developers since the increase did occur. Just for council's information.
So is it your intention to plan for a single rate increase or a slide over? Is it a single plan to step up, or a single step rather, or is it a plan to gradually bring it in?
I would think a gradual approach over this 2021 and 2022. 2022 would probably be the year that we would actually be revenue neutral at that point if we were to impose those fee increases.
So as we come back with the, in the new year, probably I think in January, February, with that fee schedule increase, then we could see a $1 increase there. And then again, the following year, another $1 increase.
Yeah, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you. Maybe this isn't the right place for this, but have we allowed anything in here for any of the years going forward for septic inspections and things like that?
That will be covered under the utilities budget, and Mr. Dafo can confirm or elaborate on that if need be, but I believe that's going to be covered entirely from the utilities budget.
Great, thank you.
So that'll be on December the 8th.
Thank you.
Anything else? I had another, back in, on your line 54 for 2016, there's no numbers there. Were we revenue neutral, or is there some details missed?
That's a formula error.
Okay.
We'll get that fixed up for next meeting.
And just one more, and that is to do with 2020, the actuals and projected being in a surplus. How do we explain that? Is that just a snapshot in time that permits came in ahead of activities, or is it a slide in staffing, or?
That was primarily a slide in staffing, so we were short-staffed, therefore expenses were down.
Okay.
So planning for a full complement of staff, we would need to accommodate an increase.
Okay. You have the chair.
Thank you. I got a chair back. Okay.
Okay. If you turn over to page 16. Planning and development. There are a couple of little one-offs here that I did want to point out. First of all, in 2020, actually, let me start with the increase. 2021, we're looking at 8.5% increase, which is $19,372. $10,000 of that has to do with the staffing costs. There is an increase in the legal fees, as you can see in 2020. Legal fees ran over the budget. It's not anticipated it'll run over the budget in 2021, although there is some flow over activity from 2020 that's anticipated in 2021, I believe. And then we saw an increase of $5,000 from 30 to 35 in consultants and engineers, and that has to do with the OP study that's going to be going out. It's going to be conducted over 2021 and 2022. When you look into the future, there's a transfer to reserve line starting up in 2023, and what that is it's every 5 year the OP studies needs to be done, and we haven't saved up for it in the past. We're looking to establish a planning reserve, which will be specifically for OP studies, to put away $30,000 a year to accommodate that study. So that will be an increase and is calculated within those increases on the summary sheet. But $35,000 in 2021 for consultants, engineers, and $35,700 is to accommodate the anticipated costs of that study. And then we've left some amounts in there going forward because there are more work for there is more work for consultants to go forward. I'll point one other thing out and then turn it over to Michael because I know you're going to have a lot of questions. In rows P and Q, we're looking at transfers to reserves of $2,271. And then if you go down to the bottom, line 90, there's a small item expense for $2,000 for the matching amount. That has to do with just something that happened years ago for a deposit that didn't make it into the records, wasn't put into a liability account. They came back, proved the payment from, I think it was the 80s or the 90s. Yeah, they proved the payment, and the payment was owed to them. So we basically just said we're going to pay for it out of reserves, but in order to accommodate the year-end audit and to make sure that our financial information returns were on par, we had to show it as an expense somewhere. So we just threw it into small item expenses just to take care of it and deal with it.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Thank you. On the consultants, engineers transfer to reserves with the OP, our 2021 and 2022 amounts aren't that large over previous years, but you're suggesting a transfer to reserve of 30,000 in years going forward. That's a pretty big difference in amounts, and I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, it'd be a huge difference because we're looking at having $150,000 by the time the next one is done. As far as what we've accommodated for in 2020, 21, and 22, I'll let Michael speak to that.
The proposal there is to cover the cost for the upcoming OP study to be funded primarily from DC reserves, so development charge reserves, rather than coming out of operating budget. Okay. And then the remainder thereof would be made up under this line item, line 96. We can also anticipate a forthcoming housekeeping bylaw amendment to implement the policy changes in the official plan. So after the update is complete, we would then need to bring our zoning bylaw into compliance with the updated official plan. So trying to accommodate for that as well.
Thank you.
Any other
Anything
questions?
further?
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
Page 16. I'm sorry, we just finished 16. And I'm going to ask Mike to come up and join me. And we're going to move on to roads. I am going to go a little bit out of order.
I've always wanted to say that. You're out of order.
I'm going to draw your attention to this document again. So we were just looking at the physician recruitment charges, and if you turn over to the next page, it's Appendix A, page 6. I'm gonna jump out of order again because I think this provides a little bit more of a context. So one change we made in the budget this year was to make roads 3 sections instead of 2. Traditionally, roads was roads maintenance and winter maintenance. However, there is a portion within that, built in that there's the county, the TAC portion. And I didn't fully understand it when I first got here, and this is where some of that own use vehicles kind of comes into play. So this is basically kind of a high-level overview of the reconciliation that's done at the end of the year. So I'll show you exactly when we get there, but there is money that the county...
Paul, lean into your...
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
I apologize. There is money that the county gives us for looking after the county roads. And I don't know if you remember, there was the roads budget last year was very long and exhausting and repetitive. And a lot of that had to do with the county sections for both the roads maintenance and the winter maintenance. So what we've done is we pulled it out and had a look at it because we wanted to pull it apart and make sure that we had been budgeting properly for it and that I understood it. And plus I had to reconcile it with the county at the year end. So I got a little bit more of an understanding of how it works. So I just kind of want to run through it so that council had a full understanding of what it is. So in 20, sorry, I'm just going to hop around a little bit here, but you don't need to hop with me. In 2020, we received, oh, I'm sorry, I pulled it out. It was about $950,000 from the county to cover the cost of if you look down the left-hand side, winter maintenance, bridges and culverts, hardtop maintenance, road maintenance, county safety devices, and stormwater costs. So within this, we get a certain amount back of exactly what we've budgeted. The charge is based on a kilometer of roads times a charge per kilometer, and all the lower tiers get the same amount in order to do the work for the county. When amalgamation happened, a number of counties were able to kind of set exactly how things were going to work within that county, and the county of Lennox-Addington chose to have the lower tiers take care of the roads for me. I may be oversimplifying it a little bit, but it was something along that line. So for the winter maintenance, our staffing costs that we put in for all of our county road staffing, we get 100% back. Our own vehicle use, so that tracking number that we have in there, the expense portion of it, we get that back. And then any other activities that may happen extra for roads, for winter maintenance, if there's anything extra that they ask for, some capital work, we get that 100% paid back as the expenses are incurred. And as well for the winter maintenance, it's a little unique in the fact that we get 75% of the sand and salt materials that we budget for and that we actually expense. We get that back. And the fuel costs for both the operating and the spring, summer, fall activities and the winter maintenance activities, we get 75% of the fuel for our for the department back from the county. So the thing that's similar to all the other portions of bridge and culverts, hardtop maintenance, roads maintenance, county devices, and stormwater is that all of our staffing costs, all of our own use vehicle equipment costs is all factored into that. In 19, it was $950,000. At the end of the year, we do a reconciliation. So any of the extra expenses that come in, if the materials are more, if there's staffing costs that are more, there's an adjustment. So either the county's given us too much money and we would give it back, or we have incurred more expenses and the county would reimburse us. And there's a 10% factor in there where if it's within 10%, we don't pay the county. And if it's within 10%, they don't pay us. So it goes both ways. So we wanted to pull it out to show that the idea is that it's not that the work that we do for the county is revenue neutral, although that's the way it appears on the books. But as far as the own vehicle expenses goes, we get that back fully, and that's the portion that we would consider extra revenue, except for the fact that we do wear and tear on our vehicles. So as we go through those three sections, just keep that in mind, and we'll draw a little more detail into that help make a little bit more sense as we go. So I've asked Mike to come up and talk about the service level increases, and that's actually page 1 on that same handout. Just the very first page of that handout has kind of a summary. We'll touch on them as we get into the detail, but I wanted Mike to give a high-level overview of what they include.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So as we look through the top of them, the education part of it, Mr. Davo might be able to speak to this a little bit more, but there's a portion on there about some training and stuff for our stormwater repair system. So that means having your confined space training and stuff like that to enter some of our catch basins to our repairs. In that also too is working around waterways. So that would mean putting the fountains in along the river and stuff. Aside from having a private company come in to do the work, we could have our staff trained to work in those courses of water. Peter might be able to elaborate a little bit more if you wish to. But that's what that training is as far as the education and to educate our staff a little more to have them move forward with their career in any training that they need. The rentals part of it, it's basically, we had a piece of equipment, which is our roller. So as summer operations carry through, we rent some equipment out to do the jobs. Some of that is allocated back through the county projects or capital works. We look through the service contracts. The mowing part of it, which was council requested to have some boulevards sprayed with the noxious weeds. We're looking to carry that through and continue on with that, along with the increase in roadside spraying, particular in the southern portion of the municipality. Through TAC, we've noticed the noxious weeds popping back up, so we're looking to do some double applications possibly in those southern portions. If we look down into the hardtop maintenance, we've got an increase for hardtop maintenance, meaning using a hot mix asphalt rather than our traditional cold patch to do some patch repairs or stuff like that along or around manholes, dips in roads, stuff that the cold patch doesn't hold up to any longer. Along with, we could use it for some shoulder restorations, shoulder breakups to protect our capital asset. If we look at the patching and crack sealing, it's kind of basically states it, what it actually is. Patching and crack sealing. We've went through a few different studies that crack sealing, is one of the best practices to protect our asphalt for pavement preservation. Through TAC, it's also been discussed that it's beneficial to protect our roads at an earlier state when they start showing their cracking, to extend the life of the asset themselves. Shoulder maintenance. So this would mean frequent grading of the shoulders, material placement, fixing shoulder drop-offs to protect the road as well, and improve the life cycle of the road. Ditching is just to improve drainage along the roadside. It's basically if you don't have proper drainage, you don't have a proper road. That would entail some proper flow of water, the replacement of damaged culverts if need be, and to lessen the possibility of some water backup in the wintertime that would require thawing in the wintertime. If we look down to grading of gravel surfaces. So this is one that's been hot on the list, was to increase it for, to improve some of our roads that are basically made up of mud and dirt currently. Gravel eliminates potholes, and it gives the calcium something to bind to and absorb into the ground. Dust control, that's meaning calcium. We have roughly around 67 kilometers of gravel surface roads. Typically, 2 applications of calcium is required. We do one currently with our current budget, and it's around the beginning of June. The second one should be applied mid-August. Currently with our budget, we're only applying 1 application of calcium due to the budget size at the moment. So that being said, we're looking to increase that so we can follow through and do our double application of our calcium obviously to eliminate dust in the phone calls and complaints. Our sidewalks, oh, sorry, that's the rec and culture, sorry.
Okay, so we're going to leave those last two. The corporate IT, we've already talked on the bottom, and then we'll talk later in recreation culture with the $5,000. So I'm going to start popping through the detail, and that was just for some base information, and we'll refer back to that.
Before we leave that, Paul, and I know that there's no definite answer, this is not a huge, and Mike, this is not a huge moneymaker for us. Our mutual agreement keeps our employees looking after roads to the standards that we want them. But this is not a gigantic revenue increase for us overall, is it? We cover our costs, we use our people, we use our machinery, but we look at it more as a partnership, do we, than absolutely generating revenue. I know the county sees it as a cost saving without them having to do it, and look at Hastings County right next to us. I mean, they all do this on their own. Do they not still, Mike? Am I wrong there?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
So
Okay.
as far as the revenues go, with that approximately 950,000, I think it was about 132,000 that we received for the own vehicle use. And I know traditionally in the past staff have looked at that as a revenue generator, but when you take into consideration the wear and tear on the vehicles, it doesn't really generate revenues. Having said that, that 132,000 in a forward-thinking way would be best served to go into the fleet reserve for buying the fleet, because right now the departments are contributing towards that fleet, and part of the usage of that fleet is to do the county roads. But we're not taking that $132,000 and contributing it. It's just going into the general coffers. And I believe, I can only guess from what I've seen, but it seems to me like that was worked its way into the budget in order to keep the tax rate as low as possible over a course of several years. So really, we should be looking at decreasing those and moving them over to pay for the fleet, because otherwise the departments are contributing more than what they're actually using in fleet.
Well, that's a good point.
That would be a plan. If we were to do that, that would then pull down those revenues on that side and then match them up with contributions. And it would probably look at more like a 10-year plan to transition from one phase to another. But if council would be in favor of that, I can certainly put that together for the November 17th meeting.
Council's wishes, I mean, certainly for us to have a look at it, it sounds very reasonable. We're going to pay once or we're going to pay later.
Yeah.
So no matter what it is, council would like to be interested in seeing that come forward?
If I may?
Sure.
When you think of putting in mileage, cents per kilometer or whatever, I always considered that 1/3 of that was wear and tear on your vehicle. It wasn't just your time or your fuel, but actually a portion of that was, so it makes total sense. It's total parallel thinking. So yeah, I think that's a good move and a good mindset.
I can bring that forward and
Sure,
and
we can
isolate
look at it
out.
and vote on it, sure. No,
Okay,
that's
great.
perfect, yeah. Okay.
Can I
Yeah,
make-
no, and Deputy Mayor Kaiser has one more.
Okay. I just one other comment about the cost recovery from county. If we think in terms of there's only one taxpayer, it's the efficiency. And if back in the day when the county did work and the municipalities did work, there was multiple trucks running over this common roads to do jobs here and jobs there and running over each other's roads to do it. The system we went to 22 years ago to work like a team is created, the big efficiency is at the taxpayers level, where the individual taxpayer is not paying two departments to run it. We're paying one department in each of our municipalities to do it holistically throughout the municipality. And I think that's what we have to keep in mind. And so it's savings at the county level, which in turn gives the savings to the taxpayer in the end.
You're right. So when we look at that pie diagram from years past of how the tax dollar is distributed, and it's usually around 30% is at the municipal level, and then the rest is school board and the county. But then just a little less than $1 million is actually then diverted back to us. So it's actually, it actually does change that perspective a little bit because it is a pay for service. And as Deputy Mayor said, it would be a savings to the ratepayer overall. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
So if you turn to page 17, we'll start getting into the detail of it. And Mike's going to stay up here for questions. As far as the revenues goes, the main revenue would be that large portion, that's the county, and that's in a later slide. We've left a lot of the fees and charges, cost recovery, and those sort of things exactly the same as it has been previously. We're not sure exactly where we're going to line up. The last line of revenue is transfer from other. That's $140,745. That comes from the admin department, comes through revenue here, and then when you look down at the bottom, you've got lines 57, 58, the OM EIFA, principal and interest, and that adds up to the $140,745. So that's just a transfer. So that's why it's the same right through the years. The only increase in revenues had to do with the own vehicle use. We do track, on all the departments that are not county related, we still track our machine hours. We keep it consistent. So when we bill out, like a bill's been sent to the OPP for assistance at the shutting down of the cannabis operations, and then they're going to push it forward to see if we can get that as a credit in our future billings. We're able to rely on those figures and those dollar amounts to be able to back up invoices like that. And then we have the increase for the wages and benefits, which is $40,000. Sorry, if you jump down to the very bottom of the sheet, the last line, roads and admin is a 6.6% increase, which is $108,000. So of that, $40,688 would have to do with staffing. $15,000 has to do with education, which, as Mike pointed out, that was the first portion that had to do with the confined spaces, and there was other education portions in there as well. There's a number of ups and downs. The hydro will be pulled down because we know that it's been over budgeted for a little while. We kind of went 2% off of what we anticipate actuals to be to pull it in a little bit tighter. Own vehicle use also matched the top, and there's the $12,000 for vehicle equipment rental, and Mike touched on that as the second item from that increase line. There is a large increase in insurance, again, 10% off of the 2020 actuals. So that's a $38,000 hit there. So that's a pretty tough one to take. The principal and interest just flipped because the portions that go to principal and interest change from year to year. So I've actually matched it to our schedule. So that other sheet that we looked at earlier in the evening, when it has that long schedule, I've matched both just to make sure that we were accurate with it. And then a little bit of an increase in transfer to reserves, and this is for the fleet management, so the 2% increase, which amounts to $2,400. Would there be any questions on the admin?
Yep, Deputy, Councillor Pennell?
Thank you. Maybe you talked about it, maybe I missed it, but so line number 13 in the 2020, so Q, it's over $1 million for
Yeah.
our use. Did you talk about that? Why it was so high?
No, I didn't. It really has to do with an estimate of how much we figured that we're going to end up using of the machine hours. However, we do report it out in actual, so we actually charge out billable hours. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said billable because that sounds like we're charging it out. We're actually not charging it. We're keeping track of our own vehicle use. So we use the vehicles quite a bit more. At the end of the year, and I can understand the confusion because I did an update down at the bottom on line 46, that number of 190,125, that needs to change to match the top. But that number on the top will come down. The reason it hasn't come down yet is that the way it works here is that it's all kind of put in a big pile. And then it gets distributed. There's a reconciliation done at year end, so all the various departments have that reconciliation portion. So it hasn't been reconciled out. So right now, the majority of the revenue portion of that is up here. I should have just probably actually hidden those lines because they do net out. And if you look at the revenues and the expenses and run a report from from the GL, it will. But there just needs to be that reconciliation. So right now, there's a greater expense somewhere that's not matching up to this revenue, and they just need to be adjusted. So what I'm saying is that at the end of the year, if you run a report for all own-use vehicle revenues and all own-use expenses, it'll be zero at the end. So right now, that's a little confusion in that I just put a formula on there to take that 9 months worth of actuals and project it out over 12 months. And I should have caught that and adjusted that. So I'll make sure that's adjusted for November 19th. And actually, what I can do is even bring the report at that point from the GL to show that it actually does balance out. So my apologies for that. I can see why that would cause confusion.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. But that will be taken care of.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
Page 18. Part of that also is the problem from doing manual budget. I know earlier we referred to, we're kind of limited on what reports we can do out of Adam because it's on the servers, and once we get it up online, we're hoping that we can have more automatic reports coming out. So stuff like that should hopefully not kind of fall out or be forgotten, hopefully, in theory. Page 18, Selby Garage. We have an increase of 3.4%, which is $953. And that's due to an increase in the building maintenance. When we spoke earlier, we said that we were looking at a flat line, except for maintenance lines. Even though we didn't actually use it there, at this point, we're still looking to increase it by 2% because that $15,000 will be used. There's a gate going up on the Selby Garage, so that $15,000 will have an expense line in it by the time we hit the end of the year. And then the other increase was insurance, and again, 10% off the actuals. South Fred Garage, I'll just keep going and please interrupt me whenever you need to. South Fred Garage, $103, building maintenance and again, insurance. Mowing. And you'll notice that after mowing, we go to hardtop maintenance, whereas normally we go to county mowing, but that's in a different section now. Own vehicle use, we generally just put it up 2%. In the end, it doesn't really matter what it is because it neutralizes itself. So we just kind of have it going as a 2% increase, and it matches down below. There is an increase to do with staffing and a larger increase to do with service contracts. And again, that was the third line that Mike spoke of on the service level increases of $6,770. And then the contractors at 2% up. Hardtop maintenance, I'm sorry, I keep looking down, so I won't be able to tell if anybody puts their hands up,
Yeah,
so
no,
please
I'm
just speak ahead.
watching. Yeah, thanks.
Hardtop maintenance, we do have some revenues that come in through this sundry revenues line. We're not sure what it is. We didn't put an increase. I'm sorry. We're not sure what it is from year to year. This is almost like a miscellaneous line. And as you can see in the past, we've had some larger amounts. So we just left it the same for now and put a 2% increase on the own vehicle use. Materials, $30,000. And that was, Mike spoke to that $30,000 of an increase on his presentation for the for the new machine patching around manholes. And then we had a small increase for service contract painting lines and contractors. So that added up to $29,667, of which the most of it is that request of increase of $28,500 in there. Now, a lot of these expenses are beyond council's control. I should say council had an agreement as far as the salaries go. Heat and hydro, they're just beyond. They are what they are, and they are what they are going to be. So there's very little control that we can have over them. However, there are some other lines that we can control. One is the introduction of these increases. Staff feel very greatly that these are increases that are needed. Some of them have to do like the shoulder maintenance. There are some changes that are coming down the line legislatively, but some of these requests are, again, when we get to the end of December and we have a complete picture and council talks about what we want to look at over the next 5 years as far as increases go, there again, some of these increases, there's a possibility to factor them in slowly, like instead of a $20,000 hit, it could be 555. Some of them could be deferred to another year. I know that the one that we were going to be talking about with the double application over the gravel, that's a hit and miss, because you can't go partway and do a partial second application. It's got to be all or none. But some of them we can move. So please, as we talk about these large increases, please keep in mind that we can defer them, we can slowly introduce them, and we can work that out by the end of December. So I don't want council to feel overwhelmed with all these increases that staff are asking for. Page 19. Sundry revenues. We normally do get sundry revenues in the past, so we just kind of let it roll forward, as well as the own vehicle use, and then increase the wages. $10,000 is the materials that was asked. I think we talked about that. Yeah. No, okay, that wasn't on there. But there is a $10,000. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not a new ask. That's a repeat. We haven't increased the amount of materials for bridges and culverts, but we have increased the own vehicle use for just a total increase of $267. So not a lot in there.
Can I ask a question
Yep.
before we leave bridges and culverts?
Yeah.
We got 2 bridges that are pretty high on our radar right now. Where
Yes.
does that factor in here? Is that
Okay.
is that on the capital side?
It'll be on the capital side, but I would expand a little bit on that for you in that I know when you look across municipalities and sometimes one of the telltale signs of many businesses, organizations, or corporations, there's always telltale signs of when things need to be adjusted. And that was one of the things that kind of goaded us on to say, hey, we need to look at a long-term capital plan. It's one of the things that towns and municipalities run into when things aren't being fixed enough, not enough money's being put away. One of the first things that happen is weight restrictions on bridges. Wellington North is a great example that has a lot of weight restrictions, and they took it back to the public, and the public said, we don't care. So they've just let it run forward. As we come back with the capital plan, we're looking at 10-year for bridges and culverts. And within that, we are looking at putting us how much in order to take care or fulfill that 10-year plan of those large items in bridges that needs to be taken care of, how much do we need to be putting aside every year for that and contributing towards that? Excuse me, so that'll come back in the capital. But I just wanted to expand on a little bit to let you know it's not just a, yeah, we'll take care of it then, but we actually have thought about it, but it will come back on the November 17th.
Okay, well, I guess, because part of the question in my mind that I didn't articulate was the engineering side of it, that we should be doing sort of an ongoing evaluation or awareness, and I didn't see anything in there for engineering on road and that part of it, but maybe it shows up elsewhere.
No, it doesn't, and you are right. If I know I've been successful in the past with funding applications for bridges, and having it shovel-ready is absolutely crucial. So I'll go back, and we're going to be meeting on Thursday to talk about going forward in our November 17th, so we'll bring that up as part of our discussion.
Okay.
Thank you for that input. I appreciate that. Patch and crack sealing. We're looking at a 19.9% increase due to the fact of that $25,000 to contract. And that was, Mike spoke about that to come up with a good plan for going forward to protect our assets. 1,800 was an increase in salary, and but that, we said 25,000, but it's a $15,000 increase from what we'd had in the past for that work there, and that's the lion's share of that increase. Shoulder maintenance, again, was a huge one, but when you look at a percentage, it's 382%. But when you look at it from a dollar perspective, it's $13,000 is what we're asking for.
And I'd like to make a comment on that. I think that's a more than reasonable amount, given the importance of shoulder maintenance for the long-term preservation of the road. And we talked earlier about up by West Plain, the road up there, and the edge chipping that happens. That's strictly related to shoulder maintenance, and the shoulders have been maintained on an ongoing basis. That edge chipping just doesn't happen. That's part of it. I mean, shoulder padding with asphalt happens too, but shoulder maintenance is critical to protect the asset. And I mean, it's something that any one of us can do on our own properties easily, but I think that's the municipality's responsibility to take care of the shoulders and protect the asset. And that seems like a drop in the bucket when you consider having to redo a whole 6, 8, 10 kilometers of road because the shoulder chipped away. Anyways, just a comment. I think that's more than well-deserved and well-justified.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike, I can see you want to say something.
So the portion of the shoulder maintenance would coincide with the hot mix as well. I mean, you get to a point where you can only put so much gravel on the edge, and then you're losing your 3-meter wide lane. So that's where you get your hot mix, and you can do that extra patty, and then do your shouldering with your granulars again to kind of prolong the life and extend it. That's ultimately what the goal is, right?
Okay.
So the two lines kind of coincide with each other. I was told that there were some changes in minimum maintenance standards to do with shoulders, legislatively required, but I'm not a technical guy. Was that true? Do you know anything about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Short answer.
Well, right, short and to the point. Okay, if you flip over to page 20.
You might want to make sure you got the plows on, just for everybody that's watching. It's snowing out there.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
You're on your own on your way home.
Don't we send the plows out with nets on them to catch the snow before it comes down?
Remember, this is going out live and in color, right?
Yeah. Resurfacing, 4.7, which is $264, which is not even really worth talking about. Ditching, just under $10,000 of an increase, and we're increasing the sundry revenues by $1,500 to match actuals, as it's gone in the past. Which offsets the increase in wages, and this is a $10,000 increase to the materials, which I believe Mike spoke to earlier in his presentation. Sweeping, 4.8%.
Excuse me, Paul, can we keep up to date with the?
I am so sorry.
That's okay. I know it's tough to do it all. Thank you.
There we go. So page 20 at the bottom. Sweeping, $2,000 increase, which is really wages. Stormwater management, at this point, we've left it flat. Now, as part of the 2020 budget, we talked about funding application that's come through, and it was approved as a capital project contingent on funding for a stormwater management plan. The last information is that we were successful. The paperwork's on its way over, so we'll be bringing that to council.
Good.
There'll be an agreement to sign. That'll be a good news, and that's part of the 2020 approved capital budget. It won't happen now, probably till 2021, but those funds have been put aside for that. And with that, we'll get a better idea of going forward what we need in that storm water management, whether we have enough in there or whether we need to increase that budget going forward.
Okay,
I just wanted to
thank
point that out. Page 21. Grading was a $6,000 increase. Wages went up, but materials went up $4,800. Mike talked about this, and if you look 2022 through 2025, we had an 8% increase per year. So we're looking at phasing in the increase to do with grading, and I believe Mike gave all the details for that. Dust control, that's the one that we saw the request for $30,000 to $60,000 in order to do 2 passes of the calcium. Even though I'm an accountant, I do know enough that everywhere I've been, they've done 2 passes a year. So I do remember that, and I did remember that it was calcium, and that the one that starts with B eats the bottom of your car. So calcium is better for the residents, or something along that line. That's about as technical as I can get on that side. Catch basins, $483, which is just own vehicle use and the increase in salaries. So page 22, I'm just kind of blowing through these really quickly because a lot of them are quite repetitive. Traffic operations, $2,100, $1,000 for a new equipment. We haven't had new equipment in there before. County Road 41 bypass night flashing lights to replace town broken flashers. So it happened in 2020. It hasn't happened before, so we just put a couple bucks in there just in case it's going to happen again. Sidewalks, $1,400, mostly wages, and then some fuel because we just budgeted off off of actuals. Streetlights, it was an increase of $960, which isn't surprising, a little bit in hydro and the service contracts, a 2% increase. So overall, for roads, it's a 9.7% increase, which it's actually more than that, because traditionally roads, parking and crossing guards are, as far as the GL set up, that's a part of roads, but we've taken it out because of the fact that Susan looks after it. We've put it over into that section. So this would be a total increase of $234,000 plus I think it's about $40,000 for parking and crossing guards that would have gone over into that section. So it would actually be closer to about a $260,000 increase. And again, that's with all of those service level increase in 1 year. And then we can decide how to distribute it once we get some more direction from council.
Perfect.
Okay, page 23, we start going on to the winter maintenance. This is only one page, and then we can get into the county and move on. Overall, winter maintenance was an increase of 2.2%, very minimal. Own vehicle use, of course, I'm not even going to touch on that because they adjusted 2%. Wages went up in a very regular fashion to all the other departments. Line 20 is vehicle, fuel, oil, and lube, $104,000. That's the one where we get 75% back as part of the TAC agreement. So $75,000, 75% of that we get back. Sorry, I forgot to point that out in the admin on the roads department as well. Fuel, oil, and lube, we get 75% back. Contractors went up by $200. Sanding and salting, so $15,000 for sundry revenues. We didn't get it in, but as you can see from the historical, we did get it in the past. So we've just flatlined it and kept it the same. Increase for wages. Now, materials had an increase up to $442 of $8,670, and we get 75% of that line back as a part of the TAC agreement. The rest are just very minimal increases. Overall, we've gone from 672 up to 689. That's an increase of just under $15,000, of which a good portion of that is actually recoverable, and that's a 2% increase. Any questions on that?
Questions of council? No?
So there's no service level increases in that. Now, here's the one that's different. You know what? I apologize to those people at home. I will make sure it's up, but for some reason, I missed these pages in putting it into my PowerPoint. They're not here in the PowerPoint. Oh, I'm sorry, they are. They're just after. It's because I moved around. So for those people at home, just skip over the next slide, and we'll go to the one that's titled page 24. My apologies. I do have it in there. So the very top line has to do with grants from other municipalities, and this is the amount that we get from the county. In 19, there's that $953,000 we talked about, $972 in 21, and again, that covers 75% of the materials, 75% of the fuel, all of our wages, and our machine hours of the own vehicle use. Anything beyond that, we bill separately. So if we do extra work, we actually bill that separately, and then there's a trip at the end of the year. So we're looking at a 1.9% increase, which is exactly what the agreement is with the TAC group. Now, there are a couple things that I do want to point out as we go down here. Own vehicle use is just CPI increase right across, 2% increase right across the board. We do have the regular increase for wages. So all I'm going to do is point out the changes really to you, because other than that, that's all we've really budgeted for. But as you can see in the actuals, some of the lines are a little bit more because we actually did some extra work. The first three sections have to do with winter controls, snow plow removal, sanding and salting, culvert thawing and fencing. And then the very bottom of page 24, we get into the Transportation County. And this one is pretty much right off of budget. $92,462 we would end up getting back from TAC. By the way, when we did the reconciliation, we were within the 10%, so we didn't get anything extra. Mm-hmm. But that whole amount of budget of $92,462, we actually did get that. If you flip over to page 25, This is where things start to change a little bit. Line 85 in cost recovered, it's shown that we've budgeted for cost recovered. Now, as I've said, and I've said it 3 times, and I've said it on purpose 3 times, that we get 75% of those 2 amounts, and then we get all of our wages and all of our machine time covered. Anything outside of that is extra work and is billable. So the amounts, when you look back on page 24, the amounts of net of each one of those should add up to the salary costs, because we do the own vehicle cost as a revenue and as an expense, match it up, it zeroes out. So it should be just the wages. This is where we get into a little bit of a change here in this county mowing, because for some reason, somehow, we got some money back in, I'm sorry, the years didn't come over here. This would be 17 actuals of $24,600. So $25,000 was budgeted in 17, and we received $79,000. And if you look down below on the expense lines, you can see that it's not exactly matching, but it comes close to matching extra expenses that we received under the contractors. And for some reason, that line continued on. Now, in 2020, my first budget here, I continued that line on with a 2% increase. But now that it's been torn apart, we can see exactly how the information flows, and that line should actually be 0. So that's a decrease in revenue of $25,500. So that's a hit, because we shouldn't be budgeting for that, because if we are going to get money for that, it's going to match up to expenses down below. So we just shouldn't be budgeting for it. We should just be budgeting for those things that we know of. So that's a hit of $25,500 there, which, as an increase, we have $27,384 under column T for that, of which the 25.5 is the major portion of that. Hardtop Maintenance County in 2021, which is column S. I apologize. I don't know why the years didn't come down, but 2021 is column S. It'll be the $1,430. And when you go up to row 113, that matches the salary and wages, because the 1,800 above it and the 800 below it are the own vehicle, and that puts it to 0. The next line, bridges and culverts, you can see the 3317 matches the salary lines, and same with the patching and cracking county, the $497. We'll be able to skip through these next ones fairly quickly. Page 26. We're on shoulder maintenance county, and again, we're looking at column S, 5,709. It matches the wages and benefits. Does that make sense, as I'm just kind of skipping through that? Okay. Same with the resurfacing county. It comes to the net is 37,892, which matches the wages. Now here's another hit. Ditching county, same as we talked from before. Somehow it worked its way into being a budget of a revenue, and we shouldn't be budgeting for a revenue. We had some expenses in the past years, and it came forward. And again, I carried it forward last year, but now I've pulled it out. I've realized we shouldn't have done that. So that's a hit of $50,000 to decrease that revenue line without a matching expense line. If we budgeted the expense line, then that would be fine. But since we're not budgeting an expense line, we'll just get rid of the revenues. Sweeping county, again, column S, $36,979. It matches the bolded wages line. On to page 27.
Yeah, excuse me, Councillor Pinal?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, when we say that these are a hit, is there some way that we could spread that out over the next few years? Is that even possible?
Yeah, it is, because it would be exactly the same thing as what we're doing with the budgeted surplus, that we can spread it out in order to decrease that. But just keep in mind, when we spread out revenue, as opposed to expenses, when we spread out revenues, we're basically saying that we're anticipating for revenues that we know that we're not going to get. And what that means, it puts us closer to the line where if we were to come with more expenses than revenues at the end of the year, we'd have to take whatever that balance is out of reserves to fund it, because we're not legally allowed to have deficit. It brings us closer to the line. That's not a black cloud to say, no, we can't do that, and you're in danger if you do it. I'm just saying that does put us closer to that line. So it really depends on the risk tolerance that council has. And I would say we can move forward with that. I can certainly bring it forward, and then we can make final decisions when we hit December 8th, when we have all the information before us.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
To me, it does, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I've also got Excel open, so when we come to those other meetings, if there are large changes, especially when we hit December 9th, I can just make changes on the fly and just throw up on the screen exactly what the changes will come to. So if at that last meeting we say we want to make these few changes, we can do it. I can throw it up and we can still pass the budget as presented, that sort of thing. It's the same, stormwater management county is the same, as is catch basins, as is traffic county operations. So the revenues over expenses at that point from these lines is 542. When you factor in 75% of the materials and the fuel costs, we're budgeting that we're going to end up coming over by 57,782, which would be what the amount for own vehicle use would be at this point. Because we've gone up higher in the materials and the fuel consumption cost estimates, but we may end up coming out a little bit better than that. But again, we're budgeting conservatively. Are there any questions on that? I know I went through that last little bit real quick, but I just didn't want to repeat myself over and over and over again.
Any questions from council? No?
Okay, good. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Michael. Mike? We have Mike and Michael.
Page 28, so we're going to ask Christy to come up. Now, when I gave the anticipated budget over to Christy, and about 3 days after she came back from maternity leave, and I was expecting that she would come back with a few little figures, but what she actually came back with was some very much thought put into future years, and analysis done, confirmation of my analysis, and it was actually greater than I had expected, especially the fact that she had just come back from maternity leave. So she really poured a lot of effort into this.
And on a note, welcome back, Christy.
Thank you.
So I'm going to jump through the same as before, and Christy's here to answer questions and provide any backup. And I've told her to go ahead and interrupt me if I'm saying something that's not quite right or jumping ahead. First of all, I'm just going to turn quickly to page, you don't need to turn there with me, but I'm going to turn back to page 30, because we're looking at a 5.4% increase overall waste management, which is $23,307. So now we'll back up and we'll go through and see how we arrive at that 23,000. First of all, on page 28, we've got a huge increase in revenues. That's not because we went ahead and put the bag tags up without council's knowledge. That's because we went back and we did an analysis and said, let's make sure.
For some reason, we're...
Oh. Let me just plug the cable back in. Are we back up? Oh, we've got a technical glitch.
Technical glitch, we'll just call a halt for a second, please.
Okay, that would be a good time to take a break then.
Yeah.
Control,
Mike,
delete.
great job. But I want the snowplows out when I say.
You want to get going, or are we still
We
on a
just
break?
got to wait for the high
Okay.
sign that we're live again.
Listen, I kind of keep going, so like, you need a break, you got.
Yeah,
Tell me to shut
we're
up
here
for a
till
bit.
5, so I'm good for about another bit, but I think everybody will need just maybe a half an hour stretch our legs. We'll try and keep going. Is that going to give us?
Maybe after solid waste, would that do it?
Yeah, was that okay? Just to stretch our legs, if that's good with everybody. Okay, we're back live again. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. So there's a 31% increase in revenues. What we did is we went back and we looked at, traditionally, the number of $2 bag tags that were sold, arrived at a number and projected it out to $3 bag tag, and realized that we hadn't projected what the revenues were going to be in 2020. The hard part is, because of the fact that we didn't sell bag tags for so long, it's kind of hard to quantify it off the actuals. But what we did is we took the average of the last, from 16 through 19, averaged them out, quantified them as a number of bag tags, multiplied it by $3, and came up with 78,350. And Christy took a look at that, and she also agreed that that was the right number. So there is a large increase in $186,200 in bag tags. And 2021 will be the year to see if we are right, which I believe we are. Tipping fees, we just, I don't know, we just dropped it 500. I don't really remember why. And then as far as the admin goes, the other changes had to do with the $49,790 increase, which Christy went back to the contract and worked it out. And it's $705,000. So that's an increase of 7.6% over the previous year. So we just adjusted that out to make sure that it matched up with the contract. So that's a change overall, and that change in administration of $136,400 to the good. Waste, sorry, that's curbside. I called it admin, I meant curbside. Waste disposal admin, there wasn't much of a change in the revenues, and the only changes below had to do with wages, and then $1,500 for education development. That had to do with the fact that I believe the participants of both transfer stations were going to be getting some education.
We just removed the education portions down below that were specific to each waste disposal site and put it in one general.
Oh, okay, thank you. Waste disposal Roblin, just a little bit of an increase there on the revenue. And the large change is the $4,500 on line 74 for the building maintenance. Do you want to just touch on that a little bit, Christy?
So our Roblin waste disposal site doesn't have hydro or proper heat, so we're looking, we're currently still exploring options. We're not sure what we're going to do, but we need to do something there for our attendants, so
Okay.
that's in the plans.
Now, the consultants engineers was decreased by $7,500. Again, Chrissy provided this information due to what she felt was the anticipated needs, that the $17,500 was too much. Actuals would back that up. And the contractors, an increase of $4,000. For a total increase overall at Roblin Waste Site of $565. South Fred saw a decrease in the costs recovered. There had been some over projections on those costs recovered that didn't come through in 2020, so we reacted and adjusted it in 2021 to drop those revenues down by $8,500. Overall increase was $39,454. A very small amount had to do with wages and benefits. There's the $1,500 change in the building maintenance there, to drop it down to the amount that was anticipated, with an $8,000 increase in service contracts. As you can see, previously we budgeted $2,500 in 2020, and we're looking at coming out closer to the $8,000 mark. So that was increased to meet those anticipated needs, which was offset by the $5,000 decrease in the consultants. The consultants line above in Roblin was decreased, and the consultants line in South Fred was decreased as well. I know Christy had mentioned to me that it was 2018. When you look back at the high cost, it was artificially high due to the timing of the charges. So the reflection of the true cost was put down there. And then the contractors at that point was put up by $30,000. So $39,454 is what the increase was. And you can say basically it mostly had to do with the contractors and the increase of the service contracts. Waste disposal, Napanee, it was increased based on monitor planning going forward, so that was an increase of $23,000. Would you mind just adding a little bit more to that if you had that
Sure.
information?
So that's the Water Street landfill. It's an old abandoned waste site. Sorry. That's the Water Street landfill, an old abandoned waste site. We're currently in the works with the ministry to conduct a two-year monitoring plan. I believe it just started this summer, maybe spring. So we're in that for the rest of 2020 and 21. And then once they have the results of that, we'll kind of analyze it and determine what we may need to do there moving forward. But that was a ministry requirement.
And we have been putting money in monitoring that. That's been a very expensive site for us to monitor. I think not just soil, but water tests, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thank you. So it's not like it's brand new. It's an ongoing and could be worse.
It's ongoing. Okay. We're hoping that this two-year monitoring plan will give us more of a baseline of what's there and what they may require moving forward.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So for recycling, we saw an increase of $18,589, which is due to the cost increase of the contract by $17,575, and a decrease in the anticipated revenues moving forward of the sale of goods and metal bins at the Public Works yard. It was felt that $2,500 was a little too much, and the numbers in 2020 would support that. So overall, that was an increase of the $18,589. And then, I'm sorry, that was it. I'm sorry, I missed the very last line. So what that is saying, I said something earlier, and I was reading off the recreation as far as an increase goes when I said turn to page 30. Solid waste ends on page 29. With those revenue increases, even with those increases of the $23,000 for the Water Street and all the other various increases, but largely due to the fact that there was that increase of the when we went back and looked at all the revenues, it's actually a decrease of 6.8%, which is $49,036. So this was the one department that actually had a decrease in the ask. I apologize, I jumped over to the wrong section before, but solid waste is a decrease of just under $50,000.
Questions from council over this? I'm going to open up a hornet's nest. Even with all the revenues and so on that we get from bag tags, from landfill costs and so on, are we, and I'm not looking to make money on garbage, are we coming anywhere near within just this budget of recovering all our costs?
Now, the one piece that Chrissy wasn't here for was when we had the discussion with the contract. Sorry, I'm going to jump in because I know you weren't here for that.
Yep.
When we had the discussions originally with the contract, and we had all the options that were presented for us, before us, I know that Deputy Mayor Kaiser, you had mentioned, at some point, would we come to cost recovery? At that point, it was calculated that $6 a bag would be cost recovery. So back on page 28, when we look at row 8, if you were to grab a calculator and work that out, you would see that it's at $3 a bag for 21 and 22.
Mm-hmm.
Then it jumps up to 1.18, which is up to $4 a bag to 25, and then at 26 we're looking to go up to $6. At the end of that contract, we're looking at being revenue neutral at $6 a bag because of the fact that those costs from the, and I know it hasn't quite reflected here in the 2022, and I'll adjust that out. There's to adjust those formulas that are putting an increase in the cost, they're actually flatlined for the 10 years. So as we get up to the $6 range over 2026 on, we are looking at being cost recoverable. However, when the next, and this is opening up another hornet's nest, when it comes to the next contract, because of the fact that this contract, I believe, didn't have a 2% increase on it year over year. And I'm sorry, I know you weren't here, and I apologize for looking over to you for that. I read the contract, it didn't have a 2% increase. So we've adjusted it in 2021 to what it actually is, and adjusted the revenues out as well. And that line should, as far as those collection costs, should be the same, flat line, right across the course of those 10 years. For a portion of those 10 years, we're looking at the possibility of being cost recovered. But then when we hit the next contract, it's not going to jump up a little bit, it's going to jump up a lot again. So then we're back into the position of not being fully cost recovered. It really depends on what council wants. Does council want to be fully cost recovered on waste management? Or is council happy with having the first part of a contract, that it's a portion on the ratepayer as well as some cost recovery, moving into, let's just say if it was an uphill steady climb with the bag tags, you'd have the first part of the contract having to contribute from taxes, and then the second half it funds itself. But every time it's taking a huge jump. It's sort of like when the people come to your door and want you to sign on with their power or with their gas, and you pay more up front, but in the end they're saying you save money. This is kind of similar to how the waste management is restructured. So yeah, we could be cost recovered. Are we ever going to fully be cost recovered? You've got to weigh the options between, do we then follow the costs along and increase the bag tags? If we increase the bag tags more to our neighbors, do we end up with a whole bunch of bags in the ditch? I think it's part of a larger conversation as to where we're headed for garbage.
But we're just talking primarily about cost of bag tags. We're not then looking at what our landfills either.
No, that's just bag
That's
tag
right, no,
sales, yeah.
and I think that
Yeah.
that's just a small portion of the story.
Yeah.
Because if you're not using door to door, and there is, I know there's never an end to one of my stories, but there is a purpose to it. If we look at all the services that we're providing and still not trying to stay ahead, still not trying to provide a service that's good for everybody. We have door-to-door service for everyone, yet people want to use the landfills or the transfer stations as well, for many reasons. Maybe they only live here part-time, they don't want to leave their garbage out and have it torn apart by whatever. They just like the fact that it's a weekly trip to the land, but it all costs more, and then we have to charge them more, and then we as councillors hear about it. But the moral of the story is, how long do we keep going at something like this without looking for an alternative, such as that dirty word incineration, such as getting a group of municipalities together that are looking after this ourselves. We're certainly not being responsible by packing it off to somebody else to look after, who may be making money over it. And that's why I say, cost or not, it's just the fact that I think at some point we have to look into being responsible with our waste, and maybe it could be revenue generating. I just think that we're going to fill our landfills at some point, and I know that we've still got, well, Roblin is down to a transfer station. I'm sure that the municipality doesn't want to open up any new landfills because we've got the remediation and the constant monitoring of them forever. I just think that we need to start looking at alternatives as to what we're doing. We have an exit clause with waste management. Is there part of it that we could be shipping off to somewhere else? Just a thought, because can you imagine paying $6 for a bag tag? They're all going to end up in the ditch. So why can't we take advantage of it? Okay, I'm done.
Feel better?
A little.
Just a reminder too that we're working behind the scenes on that comprehensive waste report you guys had asked for. We're hoping to have that available by March. And hopefully that'll have some answers for you or some
Perfect.
suggestions.
And I appreciate that. I just, $6 a bag tag? Wow. Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Two comments and a question, please. Part of the logic behind the $6 bag too, of course, was a deterrent to buying bags and actually encouraging some kind of diversion, which ultimately would actually go negative against our revenue, because hopefully there'd be fewer bags. But I'm wondering if the provincial initiative towards producer-based responsibility for recycling comes good, and if we have an idea when, what's that going to do to our projections in the 5-year plan, and does that have an impact on our costs here at all as far as recycling?
True.
Or have you even crystal balled that one?
No, I haven't done anything on that as far as how to put it in here. I do know it's going forward. I've been watching it on the news. Whether or not it's going to be enforceable, it's really up to the federal and the provincial. But for some reason, if there was, I could see it. I have nothing to back up what I'm going to say, but I could possibly see it as a tax being collected on the producers, which would increase our cost for goods that we purchase. So we would pay for it, but we would pay through some form of increased cost, which would then be distributed back to the municipalities in some form, maybe like the gas tax or the OCIF based on population, that sort of thing. If that's the case, that would be a revenue stream. We'd be paying it, and we just wouldn't be paying it at the municipal level. It would be, I could just see it coming through more of like a sales tax or an increase in the cost of goods. But at this point, there's not enough information to make much speculation. So for now, we're not ignoring it. We're just not factoring it in because it's too unknown at this point.
And I will wait for the report, and it wasn't really a budget statement, but boy, I think we've got too much stuff passing us by.
And
anyway.
we actually, with our large increase in this last contract, we were not the highest increase of what I'd heard of. There's a lot of other municipalities that had
Doesn't
like
make it
10, 15, 20% higher than what we had. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No? If not, thanks, Christie, and that takes us to rec and culture, and we can have a bit of a break here, please. 10 minutes if we could, please. And I get the bathroom first. If there's only 3 or 4 women. tell me when, Susan. Okay, so we're back live after the break. Okay, Paul, we're on page 30. Welcome,
Okay.
Chris.
And page 30, we're going to start talking about recreation and facilities, and Chris is here to back things up. So we're going to break it up into different segments. So first of all, we're going to talk about recreation, culture, administration. We've got a few, I left the revenues in there to show you the stragglers. It's not really a whole lot, and there's not a lot we can budget on, so I just have basically left that out up there. In administration, we're looking at a 5.4% increase, which is $23,000. The lion's share is just about $17,000 in wages. And I'm going to let Chris speak to this, but the one thing was an increase in engineering fees. Well, an input of numbers. We haven't had them before. There was some actuals in 18, and then we did have some actuals in September. I think we probably did capture them all with the 3692, but we're looking at $5,000, and I'm going to let Chris speak a little bit to that.
Thank you. So this money was used for the safety inspection of our dock at Conservation Park. So we ripped up a whole bunch of lumber there. We had to take it apart kind of at the seam so that the engineer could take a good look underneath. There hasn't been reports done on that, and we were worried about the safety. So we replaced a bunch of lumber at the same time, and we'll continue to do that to improve the safety of the actual surface of the dock at Conservation Park. But yeah, looking in years past, we just haven't budgeted for any sort of consultants or engineering fees, and that's what those fees were for in 2020.
Okay.
Now, that line is going to expand in the future. As the title says, well, this is Recreation and Culture Facilities Administration, but Recreation and Culture actually is supposed to say Recreation Facilities. One of Chris' tasks is to look after the facilities. We had a bit of an inspection this year where some of the staff went around and had a look at the various buildings and started coming up with some ideas to say, what is it that we need to do to maintain the buildings? We're not talking about the new roof and that sort of thing, because we're talking about an operational standpoint, but how much of that work isn't capital? How much can we contain within the operating budget? And so Wayne and Chris have been working on a long-term plan as far as operational considerations for building maintenance to make sure that we're on track. And when I say that this may come back at this point is that there might be some consideration to have an engineer have a look at the facilities in order to help facilitate that longer-term plan to make sure that we are actually doing the right things at the right time. A good portion of that could be paid out of development charges, so it's kind of a bit of moving pieces right now, but we'll come back with a little bit more information. But for now, what we've done is put in the amount that we know that we're going to need in the future. So we've added the $5,000.
Any questions regarding that or statements?
Okay, so we'll move on to arenas. This is a bit of a funny thing in how it's, sorry, page 31. It's a bit of a funny thing in how it plays out. As you can see in this section that's just transfer recreation in general, 47,000 has been budgeted in the past, and it hasn't really happened until this year for the actual expenses. If you go down to page 32, and just flip over one page. I'm sorry to flip you around, but it relates to the two. And look at line 59. We've had budgets in the past of 125, 200, and the 170, and actuals like in row I of $172,200. So what's happened is we've budgeted in two different spots that contribute to that debenture payment of the SPC. $125,200 has been budgeted out of right out of the SPC, back into the SPC to pay for the debenture of the SPC, but the 47,000 come out of the other line, but in actuality, I guess to make the journal entry shorter in the past, it's just kind of been condensed into one. So I'm going to flip you back over to page 31, and just to say that line 47,000 is the accurate number. However, it needs to drop out in 24 and 25, so that line shouldn't be there. As far as the revenues go for the Strathcona Paper Center, the very last line is number 25, and that's the budget resolution to pay for it. So it's 580,400 is what's been budgeted in the past, and that's what's transferred over in actuality. But as you can see, when we get to column S, it's down to 550. That's as that long-term debenture schedule I showed you, and I've worked out all the debentures and pulled them out and looked at them in isolation. From that, you realize we've budgeted $30,400 too much of revenues to come over to pay for that. So what we've done is dropped off the transfer from the North Fred Hall. If you remember, it was administration paid into it, SPC paid into it, and North Fred Hall paid into it, because at the time, when it was first set up, back in 2004, there was a regular tenant at North Fred Hall, so they took some of those revenues and moved it over. So I've dropped the revenues down by 30,400, and when we get down to North Fred Hall, you'll see that I've also dropped the contribution portion of the expense over there. So it ends up making the increase higher, inflating in the arena, but it decreases it over, it has the opposite effect in North Fred Hall. So it's a little bit of a funny ways around, but there's only a couple more years of it, so we'll be rid of it, but I'm trying to make sure that I kind of capture and accurately reflect exactly how the moves are going for that debenture that we have with TD. And as you can see, the revenue lines go down in 2024, so that's on line 25, and then they peter right off in 2025. I do need to adjust that line up on 8 because it's got the contribution of 47,000. It should be something much less in 2024 and 2025, so I'll adjust that out for the November 17th meeting. So other than that, the rest of it is our regular revenues, which are considerably down in 2020, and I'm sure there's no surprise there. We budgeted 1.4 million. Right now we're sitting at just under $1 million, and there's obviously a mistake there because we have ending balance of $581,000, and that's because that projected ending balance, this says 554 for budget resolution, should say 550. My apologies, there is a formula error in there, and I'll get that corrected. So we are looking at coming out under budget. So in anticipation of that rolling over into next year, Chris went back and had a really good look at the lines. And first of all, of the cost recovered, he dropped that out. Rents dropped it down by about $5,000 because we are looking at getting a little bit, the possibility of a little bit less rent there, and then dropped the ice rentals down. He basically went back through his contracts, looked at what he was going to have, and adjusted it out accordingly to exactly what he anticipated the needs were going to be in 2021. So that's a decrease in revenues of $60,658, of which a good portion of it has to do with the budget resolution, and the rest of it has to do with the rentals and the revenues at the SPC going forward. Overall, the arena is a 21.8% increase, which is $115,214. And again, $60,000 of that has to do with the revenues and how that's affected, of which one isn't really a loss of revenue. One is just a transfer of a decrease of expenses over from North Fred. $31,000 increase for salaries. And there's a large increase to do with supplies, $10,306. So that's an increase, an anticipated increase for supplies, plus an extra $10,000 for the materials that go into the what's in the Clorox machine?
Yeah, Clorox 360.
The Clorox 360, which we have to do in between rentals. So that's an increase in our expenses of materials for those machines of about $10,000 a year, which I believe adds up to $750 a month. And then there's a few other increases and decreases here. TSS A license went up to $2,000 based on actuals. And then there was an increase of $7,577 of insurance. And when you add that up, it ends up coming to the increase of $115,214, which is 21.8%, which looks quite high, but again, that's really inflated because of that $50,000. If you were to take that off, it would be a number that's much lower. I know that was kind of a whirlwind tour of it, and there are a lot of changes in recreation, so I'm anticipating there might be some questions in there.
Questions of either Chris or Paul on this? It's got to be our largest area of revenue hit in the municipality, doesn't it, with facilities?
Between facilities and solid waste.
Wow.
Those were the two hardest hit. We had a huge hit in solid waste.
Okay.
I don't remember the number offhand, but I had it on the report going forward for the, I had it on the report going forward for the funding that we're going to be applying for this,
Okay.
at the end of this week to try and recoup some of those COVID-19 costs. Okay, well, if there's no questions, we'll move on to the 4 and 4 PAD program. And we basically just moved the numbers, or increased them by 2% and moved them over. So there's really not a change there at all. But the anticipation is that 4 and 4 program will go forward. Page 33 is the splash pad, 2.3% increase, which is only $630. $500 of cleaning supplies and $500 of new equipment migrated over to building maintenance. There was no building maintenance on that at all. So Chris grabbed a couple of lines that he felt could be split up and moved it over to building maintenance, and the rest of it is really an increase to match actuals for water, increase in salaries, and then finally the insurance at 10%.
Deputy Mayor Kaiser?
Sorry, I'm struggling to recall, how much time did we lose at the splash pad due to COVID? We started late because we were in phase 1. But I just noticed like the water services is down about 40%, which is a lot. But were we really compromised that much due to COVID?
So we would typically open up at the end of May, early June. So I believe was it mid-July? We didn't lose that much time. You're correct, but we did lose a good month or more of the middle of summer when it would be used quite a bit.
Okay. Thank you.
And the comment that I certainly don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, the comment that our facilities and waste took the biggest hit in revenues. We're one of the few municipalities around that were able to supply our residents and residents from outside with some, I guess what you want to call fun. Plus, we tried to give everybody as big a break as we could during COVID for the other. So I'm just hoping that the public sees that even though it was a hit, it was probably a necessary hit, in my opinion. I can't say that it wasn't everybody else's, but it certainly is in mine.
And it's a common hit across municipalities. I know during the county treasurers meetings, we all talked about the fact that we had such large increases, and the two areas that we had large increases was the arenas, parks and facilities, as well as solid waste. So it was a common theme right across the board.
Yeah, and we were certainly one of the first ones open, and there's still lots of them that aren't open and may not open.
Northumberland County is, all the offices and all the upper and lower tiers are still only open partially, and some of the recreation facilities aren't open still. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So we'll turn to page 34. and we start getting into the municipal buildings. Chris, just jump in at any time, because I'm just going to kind of run through the buildings from top to bottom. Some of these buildings are the leases, some of them are, of course, our offices, and then some of them are Selby Hall and South Fred, that sort of thing. So at Town Hall, we're looking at a 2.7% increase, which is $1,700. Part of it had to do with wages. And when we talk about wages at these buildings, we're talking about when rec staff comes over and does some work there, and they assign some of their work to that area. Otherwise, it's a 2% increase across the board for the various expenses. 11 Market Square. Increase the revenues according to the contract, which is 2%, and then match the expenses accordingly. Total wages up $234, and then increase to some of the utility costs and the building maintenance as well. You're going to see some common themes among the buildings, because we did experience a 2% increase across the board, and some of them we saw decreases in some of the utilities, but we chose to budget off of budget figures on this one because of the fact that we believe that some of them were deflated in the 2020 usages due to COVID, and that we'll see an increase next year. 12 Market Square, it's a 2.9% increase at $462, and which a lion's share had to do with the total wages and benefits. 12 Market Square, of course, is corporate services building. 13 Market Square, again, the revenue is up 2% according to the contracts, and then 2% across the board for all the utilities and the building maintenance, with a 7.5% increase in insurance. And this is one where this number fell out because of the 10% increase to do with insurance, so that one's a little bit higher. However, we are still looking at coming out at 13 Market Square with revenues over expenses on that. 37 Dundas Street West, of course, is empty, as information will come forward on that to council, I believe, tonight. But we didn't get any revenues there, and we're looking at about $9,600 of expenses that we'll end up taking care of, and 21 through 25 is left blank. The train station on John Street, again, 2% increase in the expenses, and we had, the only change here was that there was a little bit of a decrease in the 10% off of actuals for insurance. It only went up by $4. Selby Hall.
Are we keeping up with the pages again?
Oh, I am so sorry, I'm
That's
not.
okay.
I was one behind, sorry.
That's not bad.
That's not too bad this time. Thank you for reminding me, I appreciate it. So Selby Hall, we do still see some revenues coming through. Actually, I thought that we had adjusted this one out because of the fact that we're using this for council. I apologize, but those revenues shouldn't be there. For 2021 and 2022, that $12,240 should be zero. I must have accidentally reverted to a previous version, and I do apologize for that. As well, the bar receipts should be zeroed out. I'll come back with some up-to-date numbers in November with that. That shouldn't be there at all, as we've dedicated this to council. My apologies. And we'll have to adjust out the expenses as far as what we consider to be the appropriate amount there. So I do apologize. I'm a little bit embarrassed by this, but I must have brought a previous version of Selby Hall. So if you don't mind, we'll skip over Selby Hall, and I'll come back with refreshed numbers on November 17th. This is the only one that really somehow didn't just kind of went through with the regular amount of expense. But the one thing that will for sure remain the same is the insurance will go up by $555 for the 10% off actuals. Now, North Fred Hall, there is a change here. You see on the bottom in that yellow highlight, we've gone from $39,200 to $4,300. That was that decrease from the SPC. We have been contributing into the SPC for a few years on this, so we've dropped it down to what is actual. So we've gotten a decrease in the expenses there of $34,900. And otherwise, there are the regular increases with salaries, utilities, building maintenance, that sort of thing, and then insurance going up by the 10% off of actuals. Now, South Fred Hall, we did actually see some revenue come through, and there has been revenue that's come through since COVID-19. And there are revenues, there's bookings going into 2021.
So with South Fred, we are starting to gradually open it up to community groups. The problem is that there are limitations to what people can do and what type of events they can have. So we are expecting some revenue over the course of the year, but certainly not as much as we've had in the past.
We see a 2.9% increase, which is $1,100. Again, we've had that regular increase for salaries, about a 2% increase for all the utilities and building maintenance, and then 9.6% increase for insurance, the same as the previous. So that's $1,100 in South Fred. And then libraries, we're seeing a 4.5% increase, which is just about $2,000, of which half has to do with salaries, and the rest has to do, again, with the regular increases as per past spots, with a higher increase to insurance to accommodate that 10%. So buildings and facilities overall is actually seeing a decrease of $27,000 when it's all totaled up, which is $30,400 of that decrease in North Fred, with the expenses factored in. Again, when that's all netted out, it's actually a slight decrease in the buildings. Any questions on that? Okay, and then finally we have parks. We had the goal of finishing by 4:30. It's 3:07. We might be able to finish a little bit early, and then I just have a little bit of a wrap up at the end. Cemeteries. Now, I want to make sure that I highlight that this is not the cemeteries that we've taken on board. That information will be coming back later once we know the game plan going forward. This is the cemeteries that we currently look after that I believe, if I'm correct, they're non-active cemeteries?
Some of them are,
Okay.
some of them aren't.
But we've been looking after them historically. So in that, it's just the salary increase. It's $124. Parks, not being sure exactly what's going to happen as far as the activity and the usage of it. We decided to flatline the revenues and move them across. The first line is student funding. You'll see that we didn't get to the anticipated budget, but then if you look in previous years, we didn't have nearly as many students as we've had in previous years. So therefore, we didn't know where it was going to go. We're anticipating that we will get more than 2020, but we didn't want to overproject, so we just flatlined it according to the budget of last year. Some of the lines we did get some extra recoveries from, like that $800. We ended up getting about $1,700, but we're not sure if that's going to repeat. And if you look historically, we haven't always gotten that amount, so we just flatlined it. Now, overall, on line 54, it's a 4.1% increase, which is $15,000. Again, salaries, and then there was an increase for hydro to make sure that we were 2% up off of actuals, or actual projected ending balances, as well as we had a CPI increase for fuel for vehicles. and then the regular insurance increase. So that's $15,000 of an increase in parks. Ball diamonds, we only had $1,500 of an increase, which is salaries. And then we saw a decrease in insurance, again, 10% off of actuals. So we saw a slight decrease in that area. And then finally, the boat launch. We saw a decrease of $150 in there, and really that's to do with the insurance. For some reason, when the insurance supplier broke up the different departments that they were charging insurance for, they might have wrapped the insurance within Parks General itself, but it wasn't specified as boat launch. So we followed the protocols or the distribution that was provided by the insurance company in order to factor that out. So really there was no changes in boat launches. We weren't exactly sure where we were going to go with that. We came pretty close to the projected revenues or what we're looking at ending off, but we didn't want to over project into 2021, and all the other expenses were just flatlined. So in parks overall, it's a 3.4% increase, which is $16,789.
Questions of Chris or Paul on the recreation, on the facilities rather? Yeah, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. I understand how incredibly difficult it is to project revenues for 2020 in Parks and Rec, and I can't imagine the hours you put into doing that, so thank you.
Thanks, Chris. So I just want to talk a little bit, if I could, wrap it up with what are the next steps, and then have one look at kind of the goal when we get to December. So November 17th, we're going to come back. We're going to start off with a talk on the capital budget. This is where we're going to look at 10 years for all the other categories within the asset classes, keeping in mind that we won't have a very clear picture of facilities. We'll have an overall amount, and we'll have some numbers parked in there as a placeholder, but until we break down those subcomponents during 2021, we'll have a much more accurate picture. The other is that we'll take I guess, and treat it as an economist as far as the stormwater components to estimate what our total asset costs are, how long they last for, and how much generally we should be looking at. But again, we're going to be approaching it like an economist. And the difference between an economist and an accountant can be summarized by saying that 3 economists go hunting and they see a deer. The first one shoots a meter to the left, the second one shoots a meter to the right, and the third one says, "We got it." So we're dealing more in ballparks there, but as we go, we'll find a little more refining going forward. December 8th, we're going to be talking water sewer, wrapping up that budget, and then we're going to make sure that we have the operating capital wrapped up, and the business cases on November 17th. We've actually moved that to December the 8th, and that'll be a few staffing changes that we're possibly looking at, and we can wrap it up on that night and find out exactly where it is that council would like to be at that end point. But one thing I did want to say just before we end is that we will make the changes, take the suggestions. There's a couple corrections to make when we come back on November 17th. But as we get towards November 17th, the concept of where we want to come as far as direction from council goes is to look at the past history and to say, we experienced an average of, it was about a 2.9% increase from years past. We're looking at this point, we'll reflect the changes, but as it stands right here, it's 7.8%, which with the decrease due to growth and factoring it across 5 years, it's a 14.5% increase with an average of 2.9. We need to add in capital, whether that brings it up, whether it brings it down. We'll present the facts, come up with a solution of how do we look at it long-term. And if all the service level increases, council feels that that's something that we do need, I know staff does, and when we look at the long-term capital budget, what can we do it in a way that's reasonable and affordable for the residents, which could be, it's been a COVID year, we need it lower in this year, so if we need an average of, let's say, 2.5%, you know, it's been a COVID year, maybe we'll look at 2%, maybe we'll look at 2% in 2020, an election year, and then we can have some larger increases after that. Something along that line. That's kind of the idea. I'm just making numbers up. Please don't take that as actuals. But that's kind of the concept of, here's what we need to increase over the 5 years. So let's decide how do we get there? How do we get to that point where we can afford those changes that are coming down the pipeline, afford the changes of service level increases that we want to see, and how do we afford to make sure to take care of our assets, which at that point could be extra contributions, as we talked about, as those long-term debentures are paid off, diverting those funds to pay for capital in the future, which we will bring on November 17th. And what can we look as a long-term goal to get fully funded for the capital? It may not be a 5 or a 10 year, it may be a 20-year program. I know Aurora was looking at a contribution level that had a very slow increase over a 20-year time span in order to get fully funded for the capital. So something along that line, we might need to look at that, but we want to at least get some sort of a baseline down and an effort going forward with the goal of getting fully funded and making sure that we're fiscally responsible and taking care of all the needs of the residents, but also taking care of all of our assets that serve the residents.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions, things that you've thought of that staff need to be working on to give you answers for the next round? Well presented, Paul. It's
Thank you.
and I'm sure all of council would agree that this is a great way to go through it. It gets a little daunting, and you're right, how to project anything, as Councillor Johnson says, that either revenues or expenses for 2021 it's going to be difficult. It'll be a bit of a guess, but a very educated one, I think.
And then we can refine as we go.
Deputy Mayor Kaiser?
I just wanted to offer a comment based on your closing comments there, Paul. When we look back over the last 5 years, and if we go back 7, the previous term of council made a strive for 0% tax increases. And they attempted that for 3 or 4 years, and I was among them. But anyways, the point is, we knew that was maybe not entirely responsible going forward, because things increase, even things like out of our control, like hydro, downloads from the province, whatever. And so we saw the last couple of years of being pretty significant. I'm really pleased with the format you've brought forward and the plan, the concept of the plan, and that you're looking forward over the next 5 years and eventually maybe 5 to 10 years, looking at spreading increases out, accommodating increase. And this is a much more fiscally responsible approach to municipal taxation, that we're considering it over a longer period of time and knowing what the impacts of our decisions today are over the next 4 or 5 years, because largely striving for 0% for 2 or 3 or 4 years in a row was almost a certain guarantee that we were going to have a large increase coming out of that, which we saw in the last year or two. So I'm just really pleased with the way you present the information, the history, the forward thinking, but just the idea of coming up with this comprehensive plan idea rather than just looking at this year in isolation. So thank you.
Great, thanks. And I've had a good buy-in from all of staff. All the general managers have bought in, all the managers have bought into the plan and are fully supportive of it. And they have shown that by putting a lot of effort in this year. So just thanks to the staff.
Yeah, well, that's good. Good to share it too. Anything else of council? So you do have a recommendation that we receive the information, and I'm not as presented, and further that staff follow up on council direction, I guess, would be the way that we would put that, Susan, regarding the 2020 draft operating budget. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Any further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Greater Napanee at its special session held October 27th, 2020 at 10 a.m. First and second time and finally passed. Moved by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Councillor Pennell. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pennell. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Well, we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
6:45, right?
Yeah, Committee of Adjustments is 6:45.
And we had anticipated going to 4:30, so we have ordered dinner, so there's going to be some dinner here at 5 o'clock.
I didn't order any, because I know I had to go home.